Dear children, welcome to the Asteroid Day Festival happening here today at the Tram Shop in Luxembourg City from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Central European Time. And I'm really happy to welcome you here on behalf of the Asteroid Foundation, who organized this event as part of their events to celebrate the United Nations recognized Asteroid Day, which actually took place yesterday on 30th of June. And I hope that some of you could already join the Asteroid Day Space Lecture, which happened yesterday and was really interesting, providing you the latest updates on space and asteroid research. And for those of you that missed it, there will be a replay of that on YouTube available in a few days' time. Today will be your opportunity to meet astronauts, to hear from space and asteroid experts. And for those present here, you can engage in interactive space-themed workshops. You can try out your astronaut training rotation chair, you can try to build your own Mars rover or paint on an asteroid. So it's really activities for the whole family. And for those who are just coming in, there's a little game for you as well. So you can download an app and at the entrance scan a QR code, and then you have the opportunity to win some amazing space prizes. A warm welcome also to those online who are joining us from wherever around the world. And of course you won't get to experience the interactive elements of today, but we'll try and convey some of the atmosphere happening in the room to you. So welcome to you as well. And one important event happening also this afternoon is that the Luxembourg Space Agency will announce the finalists of the Astronaut for a Day competition. 25 lucky young people will have the opportunity to go on a zero-gravity experience during a parabolic flight in September. My name is Michelle Weber. I'm a science communicator at the FNR, the Luxembourg National Research Fund. And for those of you that don't know the FNR, it is the main third-party funder of research activities in Luxembourg, mainly public research, but also public-private partnerships. And it offers competitive funding for people, for projects, but also programs, mostly in strategic priority domains that were defined on a national level. And one of those strategic domains also includes research on autonomous and intelligent systems and robotics for Earth and space, as well as space telecommunications, Earth observation, and space resources. And in fact, in 2018, the FNR signed an agreement with the Ministry of Education to support space research happening in Luxembourg. And I can just quote a couple of examples that have already been funded through that initiative. A collaboration, for example, between the Luxembourg Institute of Science and Technology and the company iSpace. They have a joint endeavor to develop a first mission to prospect for the resources on the moon, and in particular to detect and analyze water. And the FNR supports this partnership with a grant from its innovation program called Bridges. And then a big chunk of funding, 3.7 million euros to be precise, went to the FNR Pearl Chair Catherine Heidler, who is the director of the ESRIC, the European Space Resources Innovation Center that is based here in Luxembourg. And she will actually be part of one of our panels this afternoon, so you will get to hear about her research and her endeavor. But you may be wondering, why does the FNR employ a science communicator? Well, the FNR has a second mission, and that is to promote science to the public. And as such, we do this through various platforms. We have a website called science.lu. We support events such as the Researchers' Days or Science Festival. We have media presence with Mr. Science and a new Takeoff Science Challenge show. And we also have a funding program dedicated to support other actors who come up with their own science outreach initiatives. And I'm really happy to say that the FNR supports the Asteroid Day Festival today through one of these funding programs called PSP Classic, Promoting Science to the Public. So I'm very glad to be here, and I can't wait to introduce the three first panel speakers to you who are astronauts, But before we get to that, I would like to welcome Maurice Bauer on stage, who is échevin de la ville de Luxembourg, so one of the aldermen of Luxembourg City, who will address a few words to you.
Many thanks. Do you hear me? Yeah. Many thanks, Michel, for the kind words. Dear members of the Asteroid Foundation, dear astronauts, dear experts, dear people interested in this subject of the Asteroid Day. On behalf of the City of Luxembourg, I would like to give you a warm welcome today here, as well as yesterday, and the City of Luxembourg is very proud to be a partner in this. So it's better like this, I guess. We have to. Okay, so the City of Luxembourg is very proud to welcome all of you here today for this organization of the Asteroid Foundation, and I would first of all like to ask you to apologize Mrs. Mayer, who would have liked to be with you, but unfortunately she had other engagement this morning, so she said to give you all the greetings from her also about this nice event. The City of Luxembourg is a very international city. We have today 170 different nationalities coming here, and people coming from all around the world coming to Luxembourg because of its openness, and this is also what we try to do in partnering with different organizations which bring together people from all around the world. Those which we had not regularly are those outside of the world, those coming from the space. And therefore we are very happy to have today also some of our guests who have seen the world in a way that nobody else has, or not that much people have had the pleasure to see the world. Today it's about awareness raising. It's about giving fascination to people, inspiring people. That's about the asteroid activities. And if today everybody is here together, it's because young people or less young people want to discover something unknown, want to discover something where they can invest themselves, inspire for their careers. And therefore I'm also very happy that the Fonds National de Recherche is also partnering with this organization, because your job is also to encourage people to discover new things, to discover this exceptional world of science and what's possible to develop. And I think that the recent days have also shown us with this event and this dramatic accident of the Titan, how dangerous exploration of the unknown can be. And if we would not have had decades ago people who have decided to try to discover something new, we would definitely today not be in the position to be able to planify life in space. We would not know anything about asteroids, and therefore I think it's definitely something which we need, people who are inspiring other people. And therefore all of you, astronauts and experts, you have such an important role. Next to your normal job, you are inspiring so many people. I remember last year when you were here with the neighboring schools, how much these young people were fascinating in listening to you, listening to what you have witnessed. And as a City of Luxembourg, we are very happy about this, because our job is to help our young people to develop, to find a way in their life where they want to find solutions, where they want to find inspirations for their professional careers. And in that sense, we are very happy to partner this and to host it in one of our most beautiful places and locations in the City of Luxembourg. It's indeed about awareness raising. It's about education And I hope that today many families can find their way here to Limbertsburg in order to discover what they could do in a year's time, or in a couple of years' time. So it's definitely an event for the whole family, and as an older man for social affairs, it's open to everybody, which is also important because people from all around the country hopefully will find their way to come to discover all this, and therefore I'm satisfied and happy that the city of Luxembourg was a partner in the first edition last year, in this edition this year, and that we will certainly also stay a partner for the next years. I was also very happy, and I would like also to thank the Asteroid Foundation for last year's opportunity which they gave us to invite some Ukrainian students and people, refugees, which came to Luxembourg a couple of months before that time in order to also participate in this event, to have something nice in their life. And therefore also on this educational level I would like to thank Maher and all his colleagues from the Asteroid Foundation for this incredible job which you are doing. So on behalf of the City of Luxembourg, I would like to wish all of you a very pleasant and nice day with fruitful discussions, fruitful presentations, and again, many thanks for you to come to Luxembourg. I hope that we will meet you again in a year's time at the latest to come back and to give some fascination to our young people who are looking for challenges for their future. Many thanks, good discussions, and have a nice day. Many thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Barber. And now I would like to welcome Maher Kalashi from the Asteroid Foundation on stage, please.
Thank you so much, Michelle, and welcome everyone to today's proceedings. My name is Maher Kalashi. I'm a board member of the board director of the Asteroid Foundation. I am standing in for our chairman, who was somehow indisposed this morning. He had a family emergency. So Marcus Bayer will be joining us later on, and hopefully you'll be able to see him floating around the stage. We are delighted to see you all here today at the Asteroid Day Festival. We aim to promote space education in all its aspects: science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics. So these are the subjects which we are really trying to promote in terms of space education. As Michelle said, we are supported and sponsored by FNR for this program, and for this we are eternally grateful. We hope we'll be able to continue this relationship way into the future. I also would like to thank the Ville de Luxembourg, the mayor, and the College of the Aldermen for supporting this event, for providing this wonderful space for us. And I'm particularly grateful to Mr. Maurice Bauer, who has been a real advocate, a real friend of the Asteroid Foundation. Thank you so much for your support, Maurice, and we look forward to working with you in the future. Very importantly, we are grateful to the Luxembourg Space Agency. The Luxembourg Space Agency is our main supporter, and we really are grateful to them, and we look forward to working with them again in the future. Thank you very much, LSA. Also, if you look around here, the stage, you will, or the hall here, you'll see many booths. There are lots of partners. There's a list of them outside by the entrance there. There's so many of them, and I would like to thank all our sponsors and all our supporters and partners for this event. Thank you very much to all of you. Today's program is extremely rich, and we have exciting presentations, and you know, there's no asteroid festival that happens without having a sheep. And I can see a sheep over there. And I'm delighted the sheep, or at least the legs of the sheep over there. I look forward to seeing what that exhibit is all about. There are so many exhibitors in here. It's fun for the whole family. There's real science, real education, but there's also fun in these events. I was hoping to take a well-deserved rest after yesterday's space lecture. We had fantastic presentations yesterday, and we are very eternally grateful to the astronauts who were with us yesterday, and they are here today. And they gave us a glimpse yesterday and during the week of what it's like to see the planet from space. I'm not talking about physically seeing the planet. I'm talking about seeing what's happening to our planets and how things can be improved. It's a beautiful planet. We really need to take care of it, and they gave us some fantastic ideas yesterday and during the week of how we can do that. Please enjoy this interactive festival. Enjoy this workshop, fun for the whole family, and do not miss the 2 autograph sessions with the astronauts at 11 o'clock and at 3:30 this afternoon. Thank you all for coming in here. Have a wonderful day and enjoy your day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maher. And we'll move straight on to the first panel of today. And for that, I would like to invite our 3 panelists on stage. It's Christer Fuglesang, Doreen Prunario, and Paolo Nespoli. Please give them a warm welcome. So the last human being to walk on the moon was Gene Cernan in 1972, and there's been nobody on the moon ever since. But now NASA actually plans to return people on the moon to build a long-term base there, for example. But in the meantime, we have not been lazy. We have been building the International Space Station, and that has been established around 400 kilometers away from the Earth, and numerous astronauts have been there. And we are very lucky, actually, to have some here today who have also worked there. So let me just briefly introduce our 3 panel members. Christer Fuglesang is a Swedish astronaut from the European Space Agency, ESA, and he was actually the first Swedish astronaut in space. And he's a physicist with a doctorate in experimental particle physics, so he's actually Dr. Christer Fuglesang. He has participated in 2 space shuttle missions and has done 5 spacewalks. He was an active scientist and taught mathematics before joining the European Astronaut Corps in 1992. And since 2017, he is a professor in astronautics at the Institute of Technology in Stockholm. He's also the director of the KTH Space Center and teaches a course in human spaceflight, and he is still very active in research. And a little fun fact about Christer, he was once a Swedish national frisbee champion, I read, and once took a personal frisbee to the ISS and managed to keep it free floating and spinning for 20 seconds. And that's in the microgravity environment, and that got him a galactic record. I think it was not recognized as a world record because it was not on Earth, but so a little fun fact. Welcome, Christer. Thank you for joining the panel. Then we have Dumitru Dorin Prunario, who was the first Roman astronaut, or cosmonaut, I think in our part of the world you call it cosmonaut. And he's an aerospace engineer with a PhD in the field of spaceflight dynamics, so also Dr. Prunario. He has been on an 8-day space mission in 1981 to conduct scientific experiments, and currently he works as an expert with the Romanian Association for Space Technology and Industry, and is also a member of the board of the Romanian Space Agency. And he's also the vice chair of the Asteroid Foundation board. And his little fun fact is that he has an asteroid named after him called 10707 Prunario. So welcome, Doreen, and thank you for joining us. And then we have Paolo Nespoli from Italy, who is a retired ESA astronaut and engineer, but also a parachutist, which stems from his time at the Italian military. So Major Nespoli, correct? And he has flown on both short and long-duration space shuttle missions to the ISS. And his fun fact is perhaps that he was ESA's oldest active astronaut prior to his retirement in 2018, and since then he takes on speaking engagements such as these and still handles technical and scientific endeavors. Welcome, Paolo. So I would like to ask an overarching question to all three of you. How do humans on Earth benefit from manned space missions? How do we here benefit from space missions? Who would like to start?
Okay, so good morning, everybody. Good morning, Michelle. Good morning to my fellow astronauts here. So the question is, how does space benefit?
How do humans benefit from space missions?
I don't know. No, I mean, it's a kind of an interesting question. I think as humans, we are kind of curious. We need to learn everything that is around us. We don't have this peace inside us that makes, we have this engine that makes us wanted to know more. You know, I always kind of joke and tell people, are you an explorer? And people look at me like this. What is an explorer? Well, an explorer is somebody that searches for something. And when I tell my kid, who's 9-year-old, and I tell, hey, Max, don't do this. It's not good for doing this. He looks at me like, Then I turn around and he does exactly that thing, which is not, I hope, to disobey me, but it's because there is this engine, this will, this need to know what there is around us. And, you know, when you grow, the need changes from knowing what there is in the room besides yours or next to house to the universe. Are we alone in the universe? Is there any planets? Any other form of life? Is there anything? After all, if we look at the stars, if we look around, we see that, my opinion, we are a grain of sand between all the grains of sand in all the beaches of the world, which means we are essentially nothing. And we need to learn about this one. Thinking that we are alone, thinking that there is nothing else is kind of like a strange. And so this willingness to learn more bring us doing things, searching for life, searching for another place. After all, we are on this world which is kind of getting smaller, or at least seen from the other point of view, we are getting too many in this world, so we may need another 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 17, 700, 7,000 worlds. We just need to discover them. And this curiosity makes us go in that direction all the time.
Would you like to add something?
Yeah, yes. I would say that, I mean, we're mainly learning about ourselves, our humans. And from the more basic things, actually, real learning, most of the research astronauts do on the space station is actually researching on our human bodies. Which, because in weightlessness, so much different happens in our bodies. This is really good to know, both for us going further in space, but also it teaches us new knowledge about how our bodies works, which we can use to help people with various illnesses here on Earth. We also learned by having human eyes in space, we really have understood our own position in a big universe. For the most striking example is the Earthrise photograph from the Apollo 8 mission. Was the human eyes who kind of really taught us we are a little species at a very small planet which we have to take care about. And we learn how we can actually expand in space. I think it's most important that we learn how we one day can live on other planets. And the final thing, very hard for you to add something, is that having humans in space is an extremely inspirational factor. I think you can never exaggerate the importance of that. And that is very, I think, good for humanity in general.
Doreen, what's
it's
your
my turn.
perspective?
Thank you, Michel. So, do you imagine today's world without space? I can't do it. I was born when there were still 5 years till the first launch of a Sputnik into space. Nobody knew anything about space. But step by step, our life became very much connected to the space. I can't imagine myself driving in a city without Google Maps. I can't imagine myself without communications to call now in Australia, in the United States, anywhere in the world, and without the telecommunication satellites, I can't do it. I can imagine that I don't look in my computer and see today it's raining and in my country it's sun. Instantly you have the weather. Without the weather satellites, you can't do it. Even was a joke sometimes. A politician said, why to invest so much into space, in the satellites, when you look in the computer and you see the weather? But you don't realize how much it's connected, everything what we do today with the outer space. We have to teach people, we have to inform people, we have to attract people to these things. And also from the point of view of new discoveries connected with our health, with the medicine, with biology, with new materials, everything is connected with space. So, obviously, I don't want to be too long, but this is the essence of what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, let's talk about your experience in space, because that's, I think, what people are mostly interested in. And perhaps, Doreen, we'll just continue with you. For you, it's been a while that you have been on your mission in space. But do you still remember, how did you feel? What was it like to be far away from everyone and everything you've ever known? Do you still remember your emotions?
So I start myself. Is the question for all of us, or
This is just to
it's
you.
for me? Okay, thank you. Of course I remember. A space flight, it's a life experience. A space flight remembers forever, especially if it's only one. So you have the experience of several space flights. Try to imagine that I was trained for 3 years to fly into space for 1 week. Many people ask me, was scary? How did you feel? Was terrible there? No, was not terrible, was not scary. I was trained to face all the special situations into the outer space. I was ready to do anything to save myself, to save the spacecraft. So I didn't think about such things when I was launched into space. I thought only about the success I should have. I thought about the wonderful world I can see from the outer space. And when I reached the outer space, when the last stage of the rocket undocked from the spacecraft, instantly I wanted to watch the Earth from a space altitude. My colleague said, no, 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 not now. Maybe you are scared because it's too high. You are not used to do it. I think it was in my nature to do it, to watch the world, to understand the world from a very high altitude. And instantly I watched in the window, I watched the Earth, and I wondered how it looks from up there. It's a very interesting thing to look at the things from outside of the box. You start to think differently than you think on the Earth. You start to understand the things more complex that they are on the ground, and you are used to think of them on the ground. And believe me, a space experience brings you a lot of new things, understandings, and way of thinking after you come back.
Thank you. Now, Paolo, you flew your first space flight in 2017, a short duration mission for the construction of the ISS, but you have also been on 2 long duration missions, 159 days in 2010-11 and 139 days in 2017, again to the ISS. What is the most difficult thing in space? Is it the physiological changes? Is it the psychological issues, or the food, or something else? If you're there for 6 months.
Thank you for the question, Michelle. It's obvious that there is I mean, in my opinion, there is a definite difference between a short duration mission, where we are talking about 10, 15 days, to a long duration mission. Actually, there is a difference in terms of what you're doing up there, because in a short duration mission, I've been to a short duration mission too, on the space shuttle, a mission that was supposed to be used, or the objective of the mission was the construction of the space station. And in those missions, the activities planned minute by minute, but cannot be like this on a long duration mission. It has to be like more of a factory worker. You start in the morning being a factory worker, you actually do what they tell you to do, and you finish in the evening. Then you have free time, quote and unquote, but it's not that, you know, you can go home, or you can go to a movie, or you can go to a restaurant. You are still sitting there in a space relatively small with the same people. So you need to find things to do, or you need to employ this time, which can be a blessing or not, depending how you look at. And at the beginning, it's kind of interesting because you find you have a lot of time, but then suddenly you find you're missing time. You're missing things that you want to do. You start eroding your sleeping time. You start wanting to do something else. So you have to balance all of this, because you realize if you don't sleep enough, then your next day during the work, you're kind of like, you know, like we do sometimes us here on Earth. We are at work, but we are not really at work. So, and there, the problem is that, you know, if you're so tired and you close your eyes, you can go to sleep just like this, bang, because, you know, it's not that you need to lay to sleep. You just close your eyes and bang, you're gone. And it's a kind of an interesting situation. So, it's interesting how you have the time to feel changes in your body that has to do with the fact that you are in an environment where there is no gravity. You feel differently. You start feeling more the internal part than the practical part, because when you're busy in a 10-day mission where every minute is counted, you need to pay attention to what you're doing. And when instead you have time, you can start thinking about feelings, looking at Earth, looking at other people, trying things that you are not supposed to do, and discovering things, by the way.
Amazing, thank you. Now, Krista, you have been on 2 short duration missions in 2006 and 2009, lasting each only a couple of weeks, both times also to the International Space Station, ISS. And during these missions, you have been on 5 spacewalks. So that means you got out and were in space to perform tasks on the ISS. What is it like to go on a spacewalk?
Yeah, going to spacewalk is pretty amazing. More into space you cannot come, really. And people often ask, well, were you not scared when you were there in the rocket to launch? No, I was more nervous when I was going to do my first spacewalk. And that was not so much that I was afraid I'm going to die now. But when I was in a rocket and it launched, I was completely out of responsibility. If something went wrong, it wasn't my fault. But when you're in a spacewalk, everything's up to you. And you have to know your spacesuit, you know what to do, and if there's a mistake, you are typically the one who does it. And sure enough, I did a few mistakes, very annoying. But floating of the outside of the space vehicle is pretty amazing. I mean, and you don't need to use much forces because it's in weightlessness. And you see the beautiful Earth there. I really remember at one point I was very high up on the top above the space station, so I saw this whole beautiful construction below me. It's big, I mean it's over 100 meters wide. And then another 360 kilometers below the space station was the Earth floating by. Really beautiful views. So yeah, that was a wonderful feeling. But of course, you mainly do work, and you need to stay concentrated and very sharp for 6-7 hours, which a typical space walk lasts. And you don't have any food, you have a little bit of water, you have a kind of bag of water on the chest, and a straw comes up. And hopefully you don't get some itch in your nose, because no chance to get your hand up there and itch it. So it's a challenge, but that's really what makes it so fun, because it's a challenge.
Thank you. Since we have only 10 minutes left, and I don't want to run out of time for the audience to ask questions, I suggest that we ask if anyone from the audience has any questions, and if there are, we'll take them now, and if not, we have some more. Yes?
Okay. Yeah, good morning, sir. It's nice meeting you all
Please
of
keep
you.
the microphone very close to your mouth.
Yeah, nice meeting you all of you, and you are very inspirational for young professionals and young students here. And my question is, when you are into the space, so I just want to know your comment about the life beyond the Earth, or like aliens or some UFOs. Have you come across any UFOs when you are in ISS, or is there any such things beyond the Earth? Like, that is my question.
So the question, if I understood correctly, is do you believe that there is life beyond Earth?
Yeah, yes, yes.
So no, I have an answer. But so the question, if we believe, hello, 1, 2, 3, or if we saw something, or both of them.
Is the question, do they believe, or did they see signs of life?
Science.
If we find some life outside the Earth.
Okay. From a scientific point of view, I think most scientists are pretty agree that somewhere out in the universe is definitely other forms of life. But we don't know really how often they are. If the right conditions are there, life will start. But that's one of the biggest questions in science. We really don't know the kick-off of a life. Might be that there's some simple life forms already somewhere else in our planetary system, on Mars or some of the moons around Jupiter, where we know now there's a lot of water there. But sometimes when people ask that question, they have in mind rather some kind of civilization like we have here on Earth. And I believe that, yes, there is other civilizations as well. But they are probably so rare and so far away, so I don't think we ever will get in touch with them. And one way to think about it is that, okay, Earth is 4.5 billion years old. After about 1 billion years, we had the first life forms here on Earth. Then it took another 3.5 billion years before we have a civilization. So obviously it's much more kind of harder to get civilization than life. So, and we don't know how long a civilization lasts. Maybe a civilization kills itself very quickly. Hopefully not, because then we are in dire straits. But the conclusion in my point is that I don't think we will ever meet another civilization.
Thank you. Is there another question from the audience? Yes, over there.
Hello. I have two questions concerning the walks in a space. The first one, if you walk outside the ISS, do you feel in any way the movement, how fast the station runs? I know there is no atmosphere, so you don't feel the wind, but is any perception of this that it's really very fast movement? And the second question is, we know that it's a lots of, I would say, cosmic waste in a space around the Earth, and it could be dangerous for the starships as well for the cosmonauts. did you find, did you survive any situation when, because of the cosmic waste, you had to, I don't know, to run away or make some security procedures in order to avoid this accident? Thank you.
I think your first question was if you felt velocity when you do spacewalk. No, you don't. You see Earth moving down there, but you don't feel any kind of sense of speed otherwise. And when it comes to radiation, yes, this is a problem which we are very aware of. And there's limitations how long time you're allowed to stay in space so you don't get too much radiation. And when we are going back to the moon, and if we're going to stay on the moon, we need to kind of build very big shields there so you can live kind of on the ground maybe to be shielded during your stay there.
There was one more question, I believe, from the audience.
Good morning. Thank you very much for being here. Really appreciate it. My name is Jim van Marion, by the way. I would like to know if I'd like to have one thing from you that you would like to see that we should be doing in space and presently are not doing. And I would like to hear one thing from you that we're now doing that we should no longer be doing in space.
Okay, so this is a question for all three of you, I guess, but maybe Doreen, you want to start. So I repeat the question. He would like to know one thing that we are currently not doing in space that you think we should be doing, and one thing that we are doing and you think we should no longer be doing. Or if you first want to think and someone else wants to go first.
Let me start with the second question then, and my friends can think about that one. We are putting too much space debris in orbit. I mean, you have to really make sure we don't put more of it there and try to get rid of what we have.
Well, yeah, obviously, yes, space debris is surely one thing that we need to pay attention to. In my opinion, we need to also to understand that we are very small and our capability of changing the environment is very high. So we need to be very attentive on what we are doing because we already kind of used and maybe abused one world. Maybe we should not do the same things in other places. So we should go, look, search, discover, do things, paying attention to it. So we are not, in my opinion, doing enough of that, and another opinion, we are doing it without thinking or without planning for things. For example, yesterday we were talking about asteroids, and one question that I had is it ethical if I want and have the capability to go in space and grab an asteroid and bring it to Earth? Does it make sense? Is it possible? Is it ethical? Does it work? That's one of the questions we need to answer. We need to deal with, and we need to find a solution for it.
So I guess that would be one thing that we are currently not doing enough, but should be doing, is to think more about the ethical issues. Doreen?
Yeah, short answer as well. So we look now for sustainable exploration and exploitation of the outer space. What means sustainable? To protect it and to leave it for the next generation to be also explored and exploited. Sustainable means not producing space debris, protecting the environment, developing cooperation, not fighting into the outer space, but using for the benefit of humanity. This means sustainability. And we look now not only for the sustainability of outer space around the Earth, but also for the sustainability exploring the moon in the future, exploring the Mars and other celestial bodies. So this is a concept that we have to look for any time when we touch the outer space now. It was not approached in the very beginning. When the first space flights were done, nobody thought about space debris, about leaving different parts of the rockets into the outer space, about leaving into the outer space the dead satellites. But now there are so many, and the effect of them, it's so disastrous if something happened, that now we start again to reanalyze our approach to the outer space and to try to do it in the proper way.
Thank you, Doreen. Well, unfortunately, we are already out of time. I had so many more questions on my list. We wanted to talk about deep space and how interplanetary missions today change. I think we can agree that there is still a need for space missions, but they are very different to how they were maybe 70 years ago when the first person stepped on the moon. And thank you so much for sharing your experiences. I really wanted to get this across because it's not every day that we have the chance to meet an astronaut. And in fact, you will have a chance to talk to them more because there is now an autograph session happening at the Asteroid Foundation booth just next to the entrance. Paolo, Krista, and Doreen, thank you very much again for being here. Please give them a moment of applause. You're welcome. Was it? So yes, there is the autograph signing sessions with the astronauts now from 11 to 11:30 at the Asteroid Foundation booth. And then at 11:30, we will continue with the next panel, which is From Data to Art, Images and Sounds of Space. several industries in both the private and public sector. And more recently, she has been working also in the music sector, and in 2022, she coordinated the ESH 2022 project, The Sound of Data. And this is what this panel is about, from data to art, images and sounds of space. Patricia, please go ahead.
Thank you. Welcome everyone to this panel where we will explore the sector of data sonification. I have with me on stage Jamie and Peter, but we will start with a recorded contribution by Duncan Gear and Miriam Quick, who are two data journalists and sonification experts, and they will explain what data sonification is about. And hopefully the video will start.
Hi there, I'm Duncan Gear.
And I'm Miriam Quick.
And together we are Loud Numbers, a data sonification studio.
Sonification is the art and science of turning data sets into sound. And in 2021, we released a podcast where we took this a step further, turning those sounds into music tracks. Each episode of the podcast tells a story about EU bureaucracy, species loss, beer tasting, the US economy, and the climate crisis. Then, at the end of the episode, you hear a track we've created from data related to the subject.
Since then, we've done projects for all kinds of clients, big and small, but we're here today to talk a little bit more about how sonification works. The concept, I think, isn't too tricky to understand. When you're making a chart, you will transform your data into visuals in a systematic way. The length of a bar, for example, or the height of a line, or the set of colors. In sonification, you transform your data into sound instead. So pitch, or volume, or cutoff of a filter, or the strength of an effect like reverb or distortion. There is a direct relationship between the data and the sound. As the data changes, the sound changes too. Think of a Geiger counter, where the clicks get more frequent as it detects radiation, or a heart rate monitor maybe, which beeps as the heart beats and plays a constant tone when the patient's heart stops.
So some of you might be thinking, well, why would you do this? Well, humans have a very different relationship with sound than we do with visuals. When you look at a chart, it feels like you've got this godlike perspective from above, like you can see everything at once. This can be very useful, but it also distances you from the data. With sonification, there's much less distance. You don't get the godlike perspective. Instead, you experience the data moment to moment as the sound washes over you. You feel it in a way that you don't feel a chart.
And the other interesting thing about sonification is its emotional impact. People have emotional associations with music and sound, and these can be very physical, even visceral. A sonification can get so loud that it hurts. You never could have a bar chart that gets so long that it hurts. And by carefully referencing different musical scales or chords or effects or genre conventions, you can create an audio experience that takes the listener into another world. When's the last time that a chart took you into another world?
Sonification is hugely useful in audio-only formats like radio and podcasts, but it also works great when paired with visuals for a full multi-sensory experience.
It's also great for accessibility, allowing people who have permanent or temporary visual impairments to enjoy data stories, or just people who aren't actively paying attention to a screen at any given moment.
Let's play you an example of what this can sound like in practice. This is a sonification of a heat wave in London in summer 2022. It's not music exactly, but hopefully you can hear how it could form the basis of a musical piece. A recording of Duncan from the past will introduce it.
A Loud Numbers sonification of Britain's record-breaking temperatures in July 2022. It uses data from 3 weather stations where some of the hottest temperatures were experienced: Lincoln, Hounslow, and Gatwick Airport. The louder and rougher the sound, the hotter the temperatures, which rise in the day and fall at night. The numbers range from a low of 11 degrees to a new record high for the UK of 40 degrees. You'll hear a clock tick for every hour that passes. Let's begin on the 16th of July. 17th of July. Eighteenth of July. Nineteenth of July. There we go. Thank you very much, Past Duncan. So did you hear the sound rising and falling as it gets warmer in the day and cooler at night? And did you hear it get harsher as the heat wave hit its peak? How did that sound make you feel? Did you get a sense of the oppressiveness of the heat? Did it sound scary, dangerous, or concerning? These are exactly the kinds of questions that we really, really enjoy exploring as part of our work. Sonification isn't necessarily a medium for people who want to present pure or neutral data, if even there is such a thing. It's a medium for people who want to communicate more than just information, to get their audience to feel things too.
So hopefully that gives you just a taste of what's possible with sonification. If you want to hear more examples, head on over to loudnumbers.net. And now we'll pass you over to your panel so you can hear from them. Thanks very much.
Thanks very much.
Well, thank you, Duncan and Miriam. So basically, sonification in a nutshell is, someone called it visualization of data for the ear. And I will move on to our two panelists on stage and ask both of them to explain what they're doing and how they came across sonification. Mike, if you could start.
Hi, I'm Mike van den Namer. I'm a composer and sound researcher. I have worked for companies like BMW, Kenwood. I'm currently part of the German Aerospace Center, where I work on sonification of air traffic control, which means, to show this briefly to you, yeah, you have a little aircraft. And so what I'm trying to figure out is how many aircraft in space can create sounds that air traffic controllers can use in a far, far future to work with the computer system. So that would be one part of what I'm doing. In general, I'm trying to work with many different scientists. So if there's any interest in one of you that is interested in more to hear about sonification, I'm happy to do that. Sonification really is a huge field that goes and ranges from medical data, movement data, to all kinds of stuff. And that is what I do.
Jamie?
Yeah, there's sonification is a hugely multidisciplinary field. And like Mike was saying, if you can imagine a spectrum, you might have something incredibly diagnostic or information driven, like a Geiger counter or a heart monitor, and then going further into maybe awareness building, or even allowing people to explore social issues behind data. And I kind of sit somewhere on the artistic side. So I've worked with organizations like Target Malaria to sonify some of their experiments with new technology to eradicate malaria. But then I've also sonified the lies of Donald Trump when he's giving a speech, and that's like a fun thing to do, which doesn't necessarily have much diagnostic value, but maybe it has value in a social context. And then I work quite artistically with, I suppose, big data, things like climate change data over a long period. So one of my pieces, and it's actually a touring show at the moment, is taking 12,000 years of climate data through the Holocene and trying to give people an experience of what it means to be in now the Anthropocene.
Thank you. Could we maybe provide an example that is very concrete and that will illustrate better how you apply sonification to your work, Mike?
Yes. So I just showed you one example. So one of the basic ideas of sonification is that you can imagine, and that you all know, maybe from electronic cars, is if you go on your pedal and then when you shift the tempo or you drive faster, then it modulates with you. Yeah, so the quicker and the faster you drive, it makes, and so this is a form of feedback of the sonification that transforms speed into one form of sound. But there are many, many other forms, but that would be a quick one.
That's a great example. I love that. I've never heard that.
Do you want to comment on the little excerpt that you have sent?
Let's watch it,
Yeah,
and then we
yeah.
can talk about it.
Okay, can we get the first audio track, please?
Yes, so you will think, well, this was just a film score. I know this kind of stuff. So again, so what you have in the connection of this video was that my team has developed a new kind of software where we thinking that air traffic controllers, maybe you have seen some of them, at the moment they sit in these centers where we have like 30, 40, sometimes 50 air traffic controllers sitting in these round centers, and they communicate with each other and with the aircraft. And my team is working on a way that you basically can imagine an air traffic controller sits within a room alone, has basically non-communication with the pilots, which means the audio channel is free. And so for that, the idea is to develop software that kind of communicates between the air traffic controller and he with the software. And for this kind of scenarios, when the aircraft is coming and flying into a sector, let's say my body is a sector now, yeah? So there's an aircraft coming, flying through a sector, flying out of a sector, and now I can sonify different versions within the sector, yeah? Again, imagine I'm the sector, so I can sonify, for example, when the aircraft, shortly before the aircraft enters the sector, when it enters the sector, in the sector, shortly before it's coming out of the sector, and then outside of the sector. And so just in this one very simple example, you have different forms already. And so this short one, and make a finish line on that then, this is one of the things that we're showing in this usual video of how the computer is learning what kind of problem is happening and then shifting, and that's where the music was from. Short things long, long things short.
Okay. So here we went into a very technical topic, but going back to what Duncan and Miriam were saying at the beginning, one of the issues with big data when we communicate about big data is that persons don't relate to it. They see numbers, they maybe see figures, but there is no personal relation, so they're less likely to act on it or to use it. And one example is global warming that you've been working on. And so someone has been saying that we need to humanize data and breathe life into numbers. Does sonification allow you to do that, Jamie?
Yeah. Like if you imagine all of the charts we see in our lives, like we've basically inundated with charts during the pandemic. Apart from things like accessibility issues, like what would you do if you were visually impaired, to get an idea of the magnitude of things, there's a natural tendency to be saturated with this data, to have information overload, and then that leads us into a state of paralysis. And you could say the same about things like big issues like climate change, and you know, the pandemic's definitely one of those as well. So when listening to data, it gives you a different perspective into the same thing, you know. And when we look at data and when we listen to data, in both situations you have a knowledge is created, you know. And so what's very interesting about sonification is that it is another form of taking in data, but how does it create knowledge? It must create knowledge in a different way. So understanding that, and understanding that for the public good, is a really interesting quest for sonification at the moment. Are we going to play some of?
Yeah, you want?
Yeah, so yeah, we can play. We've got a sort of world exclusive here. I'm going to play a little bit of a project I've been doing with the European Space Agency, and they've had a satellite that I think they actually love like a child, which is going to be coming back to Earth soon. And it's a wind satellite, and they wanted to do a public engagement exercise around its life. And so I've done a wind instrument sonification of its data, and it's kind of like a strata. So you'll have like the piccolo, the highest instrument, that's doing the tops of clouds, and then conversely things like the bassoon and the bass clarinet, that's the contour of the earth, and with clarinets and oboes doing wind things in between. So yeah, I'd love to play a little bit of that for you now.
Okay, can we get the second piece of audio?
Okay, that will do. What's very interesting about this piece so far, we haven't seen what the public reaction is yet because it hasn't been released, but it really reveals the incredible complexity of all the things this satellite is doing. And then also, you might have heard this kind of little pulse going on in the background. It was also an opportunity to look at world events that were happening while this satellite was in the air. So what you were hearing there was actually when the pandemic started, you know. So it's been a really, like I was saying, in terms of, what was it, personification, or like the humanizing of data. What would be normally just a satellite that we wouldn't really pay attention to suddenly has a personality, and it has a story as well that we can all relate to.
Thank you. So we've been talking about sonification as a way to signal things instead of a visual prompt, about sonification as a tool to communicate, but sonification is actually also used to analyze data, and I think it has actually started in astronomy. So Mike, if you want to add something to that.
Yes, maybe any of you have seen the recent videos from NASA. They're doing a lot of sonification projects at the moment to showing how the star systems work, and then basically scroll through with music to show certain things. The idea behind that is to see if we can go through a huge amount of data through sound in a faster way. So you can imagine that, I'll just give you one other example. If you think of your heartbeat, yeah, so you all have a heartbeat. And if I now would be a doctor looking at these heartbeats and I need to decipher any kind of important information, instead of looking through a long time of these data, I could just say what are the important parts that I need to know as a doctor. And so, for example, Jamie and I then could say, okay, if you're only looking for a crash or a change in your heartbeat, then we can put 1 or 2 different sounds there. And so, for example, it could be as simple as a bing. And so if you just have the data go quickly and every time you hear the bing, you know that you have to look somewhere. And that is one very simple way of using sonification as a data form. But with asteroids, you have many, many other ways that you can do that. You can look at the form and the shape of the asteroids. You could look at the composition, what are they made of. You could look at their kind of flying routes, how they go on, and many other things. And so you could use sonification as a helpful tool to help you figure out enormous amounts of data and how they usually look, but then you can also hear them. And now you're wondering, well, but if I'm already seeing them, Mike, why do I need this sound stuff? Well, what is with that? The reason why we use sonification, first of all, is because of the huge variety of different data. And sometimes you can find things, or often you can find things in an acoustic space that you cannot necessarily see visually. You can also, as you all know, we can hear 330 degrees around, so you can also put certain information on different spots around you. So you can also guide your attentions somewhere in different parts, and so there's many ways to use sonification in data.
Thank you very much. And we wanted to conclude by showing you a little piece of a work that Mike did last year as part of a project which was called The Sound of Data, which was part of ASH 2022 with the National Research Fund, the University of Luxembourg, Rockhall, and the Luxembourg Institute of Science and Technology, where basically we had artists in residence that sonified data that was provided to them. And Mike worked with data from mathematicians that comes from crowdsourced art. And maybe you can just say it explain in 2 sentences before we show it.
Yes, yes. So the cool thing is what they have, these 2 mathematicians have created like a pad. And so on this pad, you can start to paint different things, triangles, but all the curves. And you start on the left side and then you go on the right side. And then it's based on the mathematical system of knots. And so it creates a colorful system where you can immediately get some kind of painting back. And what we did was we were looking for a way to sonify curves, which again was for me very interesting because it all relates to my little aircraft, yeah, and how things move through space and how they behave. And what you will see is these different curves. And the other cool thing is what we did also is that we not only sonified curves, but we also had professors and PhD students come back and then they listened to a piece of music of mine and then they created curves. And so in some of these things, what you can also see is the layers of people going in real time painting to the musical pieces. So another question is there an inherent way of thinking about the connection of how sound forms and how movement forms?
Okay, so we can show the final piece. That's it. So it's a big thank you from the bottom of our hearts for the invitation to speak about sonification. And I don't know, we might have time for 1 question or 2, a couple of questions, if anyone has a question.
It can be really anything. It could be like a question of, I have this weird idea, Jamie and Mike, about sonifying this and this data. Or it can be, could I use sonification in my project for that? Anything that is on your mind. Now is the time to ask.
Well, both will be around the whole afternoon, so you have plenty of time. If you're shy to ask the question now, you can contact them later. Oh, there is one.
Hi, did you find any interesting patterns in the different data that you were sonifying?
Yeah, the satellite goes around the Earth it's just creating this repetitive pattern because it goes in predefined kind of lines or axes, and it was very beautiful to look at, you know. And that changed very gradually, you know, as we went through the seasons, and I suppose from what we were listening to, it would be difficult to hear that, but the patterns are definitely there. Yeah.
I have another question. Did you look into the sonification of Copernicus data? It's terabits of data every day, freely accessible, as you know. Did you ever think about that?
I mean, not yet, but would you like to elaborate what would be interesting for you to elaborate on the Copernicus data?
Well, it's, you know, it's data that the Copernicus and Sentinel satellites deliver constantly from Earth, about Earth, you know. Hugely important for climate change management, hugely important for energy management, for whatever. You can use it. You can use it for what you want. I'd be just curious how it sounds. It's one of the biggest big data sources that Europe has, and it's unique worldwide, you know. So I would be just curious what that sound body of these data would be. That's all, you know.
And there's been no sonification of it yet, you know? But it sounds very similar to the NASA HARP project, you know. There's a project that I think NASA has crowdsourced to get a bit like, was it SETI? Like where lots of people were viewing data, but I think that was not space. They're getting people to listen to, but just the general public as a mass kind of diagnostic tool. So what you're talking about sounds very much like it could be one of those projects. So yeah, it sounds like a great idea.
Thank you.
Did you want to say something?
Thank you. Michelle, do I hand over to you?
Well, okay, if there are no more questions from the audience, then we'll thank Patricia and her speakers for this wonderful panel and you for participating. And we have a little break now, and the next panel will be at 12:30, which will be about finance in space. So go and enjoy yourselves and come back in half an hour. Thank you all.
work of investing in space ventures, and how do you mitigate this risk in your investment strategy? So if we can start with Jeremy, the floor is yours.
Thank you everyone. So yeah, obviously there's challenges associated with financing, any type of business, and if we zoom in a little bit on deep tech and and space, I think there's really 3 elements that I would say. The first one is access to capital. Space ventures require a lot more time to mature than some other ventures, so you're going to need more capital. And getting access to this capital in some geographies tends to be more challenging. Europe is one example. The second would be, access to talent. I think, obviously, engineers, you need to be able to position your company in a place where you're going to have access to talent and be able to afford this talent. An engineer in the Silicon Valley does not cost the same as an engineer in, some places in Europe. So it is a strategic choice. And I would say a third point would be, related to profitability, right? We still see today some companies that, even though they get access to capital, they build what we could call a relatively large business, and some of them even, access the public markets. We still see a challenge of profitability for public space companies. Virgin Orbit would be an example. company basically went bankrupt. So I would say that space requires some constraints, has some constraints when it comes to financing. But really these 3 points would be for me the most important when it comes to focusing on financing in space.
Well, when you ask about mitigating risks as a space venture capital fund, so in general, we always have a lifetime of 10 years. So within those 10 years, your companies need to be able to monetize and you need to be able to exit them. So that's where you start looking at just the companies that have that potential. And we found that potential quite a lot in 2 areas, which are connectivity and Earth observation data. Because we see that there is a market, there is market demand for it, so we focused on these 2 verticals. On the connectivity side, I think that the Ukrainian crisis has clearly showed that satellite internet is the backup option whenever terrestrial networks become a target. On the other hand, it also, when you look at the emerging competition in direct-to-cell connectivity, satellite IoT will be a key driver of that growth. And then, a couple of weeks ago, we had an event where we hosted all of the German car manufacturers. And they came because they see an interest in satellite internet for real-time hazard warnings, in-car entertainment, doing full software updates across the entire fleet. So it actually touches lots of other industries as well. And on the Earth observation side of things, I think it's very clear that there will be a very strong commercial market in that field. When you think of the fact that more than half of global GDP depends on the state of nature and on the evolution, I think it's very clear that we need to have more accurate and reliable data to act upon. Then, in addition to that, the stage that we invest into is a Series A, where some technical thoughts or the concept has been a little developed, but you don't have prototypes yet, so that's where we can step in and help the companies shape their tech roadmap and the tech development. So I think those are the main ingredients how we try to de-risk, and then obviously providing companies our network, so opening business opportunities to them, introducing them to new customers, business partners, other investors. That's pretty much our job, and that's how we de-risk the investments as well.
Bogdan, would you like to say a word?
Well, I think as far as investment in space is concerned, there are some challenges that are similar to any other type of investment, both on the fundraise and on the investment side. And if we're thinking something that is very specific to space, then maybe it is the fact that a lot of people sort of have a bit of a misconception of what space is, what does it do for the economy, how it's possible to invest and make money in this industry. And people are thinking of sort of what to compare it with. and they're looking for something like an internal combustion engine. That you have an internal combustion engine, as a result of that, boom, you have a huge industry, right? Or you have internet, as a result of that, boom, you have a huge industry. Well, space is not a particular technology. It's just a place where the new infrastructure is being developed. That infrastructure now is more efficient, both in terms of what it can do and also in terms of the costs. And so now we can do things from space faster, better, and cheaper than we can do it terrestrially. But it's not a single technology, it's just a new type of infrastructure. And so space is not necessarily an engine, it's just a catalyst that can help to unlock the productivity and efficiency on the ground in the traditional industries. If we use an example, take, say, agriculture. So right now, we are 8 billion people. We have failed to feed 30% of the world. So we're going to be 10 billion people by mid-century, so there's going to be a 56% food gap. We can only solve this food gap by bringing in precision farming, precision agriculture, increasing efficiency and productivity of the agricultural industry. And so the way you do that is by combining Earth observation, navigation data, but so look, the combined harvester, the machinery, that might worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. The GPS component or Earth observation software that helps you to make this machinery used for precision farming is actually going to cost just a few $100s. So in terms of the cost, in terms of the cost for the farming industry, it's very small, but in terms of the productivity and efficiency that it unlocks, it's absolutely huge. And so the moment you understand that, look, it's not a certain technology that just develops new market, but this is a catalyst that helps to use existing technologies more efficiently, I think that just sort of helps to understand the market correctly and look at the right opportunities in the market.
Brilliant, thank you for that. Now, jumping more on the public sector point of view, we have Ahmed from the Luxembourg Space Agency and Andreas from the EIB. Ahmed, I'd like to start with you. Can you talk a little bit about what are the initiatives that more on a government level that are being organized at the Luxembourg level as well, and then we can jump to Andreas for his point of view as well. Talk a little bit about the role of governments, public sector institution in helping the industry in evolving.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you for the question. I would say that a lot has been done in Luxembourg for supporting the space activities. I will try to provide the shortest answer as possible because the initiatives are a lot. So the question has been asked, and the reasons for providing support and why that should be done in Luxembourg, the answer came on three elements. The first one is to increase the deal flow for the startups in the national ecosystem, to increase the knowledge base in the space companies in Luxembourg, and to support the best players. So when it comes to the first one, about increasing the startups in the ecosystem, there are many accelerators put in place for the reason of having the best international ideas coming to Luxembourg to grow up in Luxembourg and to make Luxembourg an interesting place for investors to look up always to new startups coming up. What has been put in place is like Fit for Start, for example, which is an accelerator where it's for innovation in general, where the space is a part of it. The University of Luxembourg has an accelerator in cooperation with the University of Tel Aviv and University of Carolina. Then what I would like to highlight here, there is also ESRIC, which is the European Center for Space Resources Innovation Center, and this is actually quite unique in the world, I would say. It's a partnership between Luxembourg Space Agency and the European Space Agency, in which it supports the research for the space resources technologies. And this is actually a cornerstone for the Space Resources Initiative launched in Luxembourg in 2016. It's also a good example of public-private partnership because there are like large companies doing research there, for example, Airbus and Air Liquide. And then moving further about increasing the knowledge base of the companies in the ecosystem. This is done through the participating in the European Space Agency programs, where Luxembourg is participating in different domains, starting from telecommunication, Earth observation, security, that's including cybersecurity, and developing space technologies. Furthermore, we have like Luxempulse in place, which is managed by Luxembourg Space Agency, implemented by the European Space Agency, where we support the program that doesn't fit in the European Space Agency programs and is important and essential for the national strategy in Luxembourg. Then there is a general research program called R&D in Luxembourg that supports general innovative ideas where a space is eligible, for example, using space data for agriculture or urban planning. Then moving to the next stage about like scalability and supporting the best players, there are like several elements put in place. For example, we have in Luxembourg, the first dedicated space fund was put in place in 2018. And there is as well the Luxembourg Future Fund, which is act as a fund of fund and as well investing in the high potential companies. It's usually investing in the strategic sectors for the Luxembourg economy, where space is one of them. And up to today, it has already invested in 3 companies. So I would say there are like large instruments put in place for the life cycle of ventures, starting from having an innovative idea until the high level of scaling up. Thank you.
Russ, would you like to pitch in on that as well at the level of the EIB?
Yeah. Look, the role of the bank is to, in any case, to catalyze investments, around Europe, across multiple facets. The last few years, decade, a bit more than the decade, it has been actively trying to catalyze more and more investments in the space region. It has managed to. The bank invests in 2 ways: direct from the bank, or indirect from EIF, which is the fund of funds institution funding equity investments in other funds. And if you add together, currently I think there's about 1 billion of investments that EIB has managed to directly put and into the space let's say industry. But I think the question here is a bit more broad, because I think what is the role of these institutions is to to be at the forefront. Space, as explained very well by the colleagues in this panel, is not an easy investment to make, and in my view, it's very, very broad. It comes from theoretical research first. Without Einstein's special theory of relativity, we wouldn't have space investments today. We wouldn't understand how we could send satellites up in space or any other type of objects. So we start from there and we end up in very commercial activities, wherever we can find them. So private sector isn't perfectly, let's say, fit or situated to invest in new industries and very difficult ones, such as space, very early. Private investors, they want to invest their money to make some return. Governmental institutions or national institutions such as the EIB, their role is to basically be at the forefront and being able to invest early before private sector is able to pick these investments up and bring them to fruition. Of course, as a bank, we are also obliged to invest in let's say, projects that make sense. I think that for super early investments, you have the governments per se or European Commission that take on the role of potentially, giving grants or very risky investments that one might lose their money. But the EIB is very well positioned to invest in that, let's say, ever increasing middle size, which it's too risky for private investors, but it's also a little bit later than what governments would. And there's been more and more effort to invest in that space, specifically because we see that this type of investment brings more private sector money too, and also because there is a very big gap in what we do in Europe in terms of investment in space with what happens in the US. And unfortunately, there's also a gap with what happens in Asia, for example. So Europe right now is the third investor in space. I think that this gap will close, and and there's a big effort to close it, but we're not there yet. And space is a very strategic, industry to just go there without the effort that governments and national bodies make. So that's more or less how the EAB sees the situation.
Super. Thank you, Andreas, for your input. So with my next question, I'd like to go a little bit around the table as well and jump on a little bit back and forth between your opinions. So what I see with the space sector, and especially investing in the space sector, is you have to have one thing, a long-term outlook to maintain that vision. And especially with some ventures that are so long-standing and have significant upfront costs and extensive timelines to be maintained. Can you talk a little bit about how do you assess the long-term profitability of projects you invest in? And now I'd like to get the opinion of my VC colleagues and the returns as well. How do you keep that vision in the investments made and to take them forward up until their completion? Jeremy, if you'd like to start.
Sure, I think that's a great question. So, obviously, when we make investment decisions and when we assess, businesses, space ventures at the early stage, at least, I think for Lynn and I, there's many things that we look at. Obviously, I think the team plays an essential role. That's something that probably is uniform across all types of venture. Is that we're going to put a lot of emphasis on the team that's going to execute the vision. When it comes to really some of the things we look at specific to space to sort of de-risk the business and assess the long-term profitability, I think the technology is probably one of the main factors. So, when you invest in a space business, one of the key challenges will be that the technology actually works. We're sending a lot of infrastructure into space, and there's a number of companies that I've spoken to that have raised money from investors, financed the first satellite for constellation projects, and then we're just not able to get the data they wanted to get. So a big part of what we do is trying to de-risk the technology early. And a way to do that is really leveraging the institutions, right? The European Space Agency and of course the Luxembourg Space Agency in Luxembourg can act as anchor customers for a lot of startups to be able to achieve these de-risking projects. Another way we look at it is really the business model and how the business model actually works. By looking at public markets and how public market reacts to certain companies and the way they operate, we tend to favor recurring revenue businesses rather than businesses that purely sell hardware, simply because these tend to do better in the public markets. So if your goal is to build a company that is going to go public, you're going to have to find a way to balance your business model so that that company, when it hits the market, doesn't sink down the drain. So a way to do that is really leveraging dual business models right from the early stage. And I'll give you a specific example. One of our portfolio companies, Lunar Outpost, which their vision is to build lunar rovers to do exploration on the moon and potentially on Mars. They're approaching the situation from a two-stage solution. The first will be, what can we do on Earth with our technology to monetize it? And they're actually working with oil and gas companies, utility companies, to sort of do inspection, leveraging those rovers, and that's a very good way for them to get access to early revenue and hit that profitability targets before they even get to the moon or Mars. So, that doesn't mean that this company is completely out of the woods, because it will be expensive to go there, and we're still a long way to go, but that's an example of a way you could sort of mitigate that profitability risk very early stage. Thank you.
Well, I think if you expect large returns, you also need to be bold. And I think, be calculated bold, so be smart and bold in a way. So what we do is whenever we invest into a company, it needs to be a company that has the potential to totally change the industry and the market. So it's either a company that is doing something very different and new, or doing it in a radically different way, solving a very hard technical challenge, or doing it at an exceedingly low cost. And so that's really, you go for the very unique companies that have kind of the potential and also the ambition to take a monopolistic, I'm not sure if I should say that, but yeah, take a monopolistic position in the market as SpaceX did. Over just 5 years, they went from a 10 to a 50% market share. And this is exactly the companies that we want to go for. When you look at that at a due diligence level, venture capital funds like ours, we look for a healthy balance. I think we were talking about this before, a healthy balance between commercial and governmental revenues. I think that governmental revenues, so grants, are very important at an early stage of a company, so that's very beneficial, especially in times like these. But those are not the revenues that are going to trigger the hockey stick effect in revenues in your company. So that's what we look for. And then you go into the nitty-gritty details of looking at the supply chain, looking at who is the company's main supplier, what happens if that supplier breaks away, is the company able to procure those parts elsewhere, how long would it take to develop that in-house, is vertical integration something that can actually benefit the company? And so this is how we look at the market, and you always go for people who do something that no one else is doing, but where there is large market demand. So for our first portfolio company, Reflex Aerospace, for instance, satellite manufacturer, we looked into the European market. We did not see a single company that provides or produces high-performance connectivity satellites. So the market is full with CubeSats, but whenever you go into high performance, you don't have anyone. We went into propulsion because we anticipated that there would be regulation around making satellites in low Earth orbit steerable to avoid collisions, to avoid producing more space debris. Then we went into composites because we saw an opportunity to replace large and heavy parts in a rocket, in a satellite, by lightweight composite structures. We invested into a company that is developing a turnkey solar energy system because there is no grid to plug into to give energy to your satellite or to your payload. We invested into a company that does heavy satellites. Whenever Starship is ready, there will not be a single competitor in the market that is working on 1 to 10 ton satellites. So this is how we look at the market, and I think this is how you generate large revenues if you make bold decisions, but also informed decisions.
Well, your question is referring to the long-term nature of space business, but space is not any different from many other industries in that regard. If you're looking at biotechnology, in biotechnology you can easily look at 15 to 25 years life cycle. If you're looking at the energy, for example, fusion energy, the same, so the life cycle is going to be actually really long, the investment cycle is going to be really long. It's not unique to the space industry, and I think there is kind of, well, everyone already adjusted to that, so that's a known. Where the space industry might be maybe a little bit unique is that if we are thinking about the availability of capital for each stage of the investment, it's very different, because actually for the beginning of sort of when you're starting your business in space industry, for the beginning, when you're looking for the seed capital, for the grants, there's plenty of capital. Out of 240 billion that has been invested in space in the last 14 years, over 70% have been invested in early stage. So that's seed, stage A, stage B, right? Over the last 10, 15 years, there is a number of early stage funds that appeared, what guys are doing in Promise and Alpine, right? And so some others, Seraphim, Space Capital. So there's also we see quite a lot of government programs around early stage, but traditionally there was a big gap for the growth stage capital that now is sort of being addressed. Well, EIB has a big facility now for the funds at the growth stage. What we're doing growth stage investments. So I think there is sort of more growth capital coming in than actually what Alpine is doing. So it was a crossover between sort of early stage and growth stage. So I think we're just leveling it out right now, the different stages of investments for the space industry. And it's going to be sort of easier to finance the companies through what used to be a valley of death and sort of get them to the exits. And also what we saw in Europe, what was very frustrating is we would put money into the early stage companies, help them to develop through the most difficult, the riskiest stages of their life. They get to the growth stage and they leave and they go to the US because the growth stage would be available there. So I think right now there's a jointed effort try to change that dynamic, and so once we do that also for the earlier stage investors, it's going to be easier to invest because they know that there is a follow-on capital, so that there is no liquidity risk that come stage C or D, there is not going to be someone else standing there with a checkbook to finance the company all the way to break even and profitability. So I think we're sort of leveling that out, and space industry from that perspective is becoming less and less risky.
Brilliant, thank you, Bogdan. I don't know if Ahmed or Andres would like to pitch in. Do you have any criteria or specific, let's say, measuring aspects that you look into projects to assess their long-term longevity at the EIB or at the LSA?
Well, for us, what we look at is mainly two things. Unfortunately, we have to go with the profitability of the project because as a bank, we cannot give out grants to companies. But for us, the most important thing is the policy aspect. So the more R&D that there is, and the more R&D with spillover effects that we find that there is in the company, the better it is for us. So we wouldn't finance in any way a commercial operation of satellites, for GPS tracking. That's, that doesn't make sense for what we do. The more hardcore R&D there is, the better it is for us. If in, let's say, 5, 7, 9 years from now, we find that it can be profitable. So yeah, I guess that's it.
I would say, hello? Yeah, I would say what we usually look at is the high-risk project that usually private investors that don't like to step in at the moment. So we are working on de-risking that. That's done with the R&D, I would say, contracts, which is also provide technical support to the companies. But however, we still evaluate all the market analysis that has been done. We need to be sure that they have really tackled each and every point that for the upcoming markets. The business plan viability, it should be very well done and thoroughly. And also we look to the teams because still you invest in people, and we also having non-financial returns by having and creating the development of the talents in the space. So all those aspects are important to us.
Brilliant. Last question before we break off into lunch. Just a quick word to summarize it and a look into the future. What are you expecting? What are your expectations? What are you looking to achieve? And where can we expect to be next year at the next Asteroid Day? So, Jeremy.
So yeah, I mean, it's a pretty broad question, but just general observations of the sector. Since we started, we are a US-based fund, but we made the move to Europe in 2020, and I think, since we arrived, we've seen generally, obviously growth, within the sector. We're seeing more and more generalist funds and, even public companies, which are not space companies, invest in the space sector. So we're generally seeing a trend, at least in Europe, of growth within the sector. I think there's still a long way to go. The financing gap is still there when it comes to the later stage. I think having a liquidity event in the sector, perhaps a large one, and I'm referring to you know, SpaceX and potentially the IPO of Starlink would be, you know, really a shift, you know, in the sector. So we'll have to see exactly when that happens, if that happens, or if any other, you know, liquidity events in the industry will perhaps, you know, change the dynamics of the sector a little bit. But yeah, generally looking forward to seeing where things are going.
Well, to be fair, I think many venture funds that are currently raising will not make it. The environment is tough. I think many startups will not be able to raise. But at the same time, there are huge opportunities as well. I think just as a startup, it's not sufficient enough to have a fancy deck and you know, bold vision. But you also need to show commercial traction. You need to show that you have a CEO and a founding team that executes relentlessly. And then as a fund, you know, sometimes we pitch as well when we're in fundraising. You need to differentiate from the rest of the crowd. And I think by being a specialized niche fund in space per se, you are already differentiating yourselves. And then, yeah, I think it's all a matter of very much being different, but there is hope. I mean, look at a company like ESA Aerospace, and I also want to come back to this point, US versus Europe. They raised more than 300 million so far, and it's 100% European capital, so I think we're on a good way. If you look at the EIF's Cassini program, if you look at the EIF's 3.75 billion growth fund that is going to support funds that invest in growth stages. We have Bogdan here from New Space Capital who finance later stages. So I think we are moving towards more and more complementarity in that sense. The NATO Innovation Fund is investing partly into venture funds, into private equity funds, making direct investments. So I think we're on a good way, but we also need to be a little more proud of that because we keep comparing ourselves to the US and making ourselves look really small, whereas we're on a good track.
Brilliant. Andreas, any long-term outlook from the EIB on the financing of the space industry?
Well, the long-term outlook is that we think that it's only going to increase, and it's only going to, you know, do better for the overall economy of the EU. Short-term, I think we might have some turbulence lately with, you know, with how the markets are and how the interest rates are, etc. But this is why we're there, at least as EIB. But long term, I think it's an area where, you know, Europe has everything. It has the muscle, it has the money, it has the talent, and it has the infrastructure to be very successful in this area. So, in my view, there is, you know, the future is bright. It might take a few years to go there, but it's going to be, I hope, a very successful endeavor for the Europe as a whole in investments in space.
So I would say with the lower cost for the access to space, with the lowering the cost for the launching and lowering the cost for the satellites, it's allowed also many players to step in the space finance and the space applications. So we see a lot of national support now from even smaller countries for the R&D, supporting the higher risk parts for the R&D. And then that's after they surpass that bottleneck, we see also a lot of dedicated VCs from the private sector. And we see the larger and larger numbers in Europe investing on that. So I believe that we are going to see much, much more growth, especially nowadays in Europe. And I would say also on the long term, and even we could see that very short, by the companies that are already reaching their fully commercialization phases, we might see more IPOs in the space. We might see also a lot of commercial banks getting into the space. We will see more financial instruments coming to the space. So I think we will see much, much growing phases for the space.
When you're looking at these investments in any industry, investments can't sort of be looked at separately away from the underlying industry and these prospects. And I think here what's important is that we expect that space is going to continue grow in prominence. And it's very interesting to see that even in the current slowdown, the space industry continues to grow. Last year, for example, in the US, the industrial output was down. There were only 3 segments of the economy that was actually growing, and space was one of them. It's also interesting to see that despite what's happening with investments, so investment go up and down, various fluctuations, but the space industry is growing nevertheless. And it used to grow at 12% compound annual growth rate. From 2019, it's growing at 14% compound annual growth rate. So actually, the growth of the space is accelerating. And it's 14% growth on a very, very large industry. And there are pockets of it that are actually in graceful decline, and that actually declining at 2-4%. And then there are parts of the industry that are growing at 20-40%. So overall, the space industry is actually having like a very interesting dynamic of a large industry that has stability, predictability of a large industry, but then certain parts of it has emerging industry growth rates. And that's very attractive for the investments. So as a result, we expect that there is going to be more investments entering that area. But I think what's very good about the current slowdown is that some of the companies that shouldn't have gone public, they're sort of going out of business. Some of the businesses that shouldn't have funded, they're going out of business. And the investments in space are maturing. I think for the last 10 years, what we saw, a lot of generalist investors came to space. And they figure out that actually investment in space is not that similar to the general tech investments, but it's more like biotech investment. It actually requires specialized knowledge. And that's where we see specialized investors, specialized funds like Promos, like Alpine, like New Space Capital. I think it helping both the companies and the investor community sort of find the right mix of what to invest in, how to drive value to the companies you are investing in. So there is maturation of the investments in the space industry. And sort of the maturation of the growth segment of it, which I touched on earlier, is part of that. If we look overall at the space industry and the amount of the private equity investments that went into it, outside of launch segment, it's a tiny, tiny amount. Out of 240 billion that was invested in space, 58% went to launch. And launch is just 1.5% of the market. So that means that the rest of the market is significantly underserved, significantly undervalued, and so that's a huge opportunity. And what needs to happen is, I think, like over the coming year and years, we need to help large traditional investors that are shying away from space right now, like insurance companies, like pension funds, like big asset managers. We need to help them, educate them on this industry, help them to understand it so that they get more comfortable with it and that they can feel that they can start investing in it. And that's going to provide a huge boost to the industry that is right now is not driven by investments. Right now, the growth of that industry is driven by demand. And that's an opportunity for investors like us, early investors like us, but also that just shows that there are some structural things that needs to change in order to accelerate the growth of the industry.
Brilliant. Thank you, Bogdan. And with that, we've closed off our panel. I'd like to thank you once again for your participation. I hope to see you at Asteroid Day next year. And once again, let's give it up for our panelists as well and give it to our announcer.
Thank you, Luca. Thank you, all the panelists. There is now a lunch break. If you are hungry, there are some food trucks which are at the back, which you can reach from the corridor that leads all the way along. And there are also snacks and sandwiches being sold at the bar. So we meet back here at 2 p.m. for the announcement of the finalists of the Astronaut for a Day competition. Okay, dear friends of the Asteroid Day Festival, now it's time to announce the winners or the finalists of the Astronaut for a Day competition of the Luxembourg Space Agency. Just to summarize, the competition was for young people from the age of 13 onwards, and 25 lucky finalists will get the opportunity to experience zero gravity during a parabolic flight in September. And for this, I hand over to Juliette Pertuis from the Luxembourg Space Agency.
Bonjour à tous, merci d'être là, vous êtes venus nombreux, c'est impressionnant de vous voir tous là. C'est moi qui ai la lourde tâche de faire en sorte que les minutes avant l'annonce des noms des lauréats soient supportables, donc on va essayer de faire ça bien et pas trop long. Pour commencer, je vais inviter les ministres Fayot, Engel et Maïch à monter sur scène. On a décidé, parce que c'était pas drôle de juste vous poser à vous les questions pendant les entretiens, on a décidé de leur poser à eux aussi les questions qu'on vous avait posées pendant les entretiens. Donc on va faire ça pendant quelques minutes et puis après on passera aux choses sérieuses. Alors si vous vouliez bien venir sur scène avec nous. Qui? Dorine? Après. Vous voulez vous asseoir si vous voulez, oui. Peut-être qu'il faut l'allumer. J'essaie, mais sinon je peux.
Bonjour, vous m'entendez? Oui, ça marche.
Bon, ça marche. Alors, on va commencer avec Monsieur le ministre de l'économie, avec une question qui était vraiment difficile, qu'on a posée aux jeunes. On a demandé à certains des candidats, selon eux, ce que le spatial pouvait apporter à l'humanité et à la vie sur Terre de manière générale. Bon, c'était vraiment pas simple. Est-ce que vous pouvez leur donner quelques éléments de réponse?
Ça tombe bien, on avait cette semaine justement, dans le cadre de ICT Spring, notre Humanitarian Innovation Accelerator, où on avait fait un concours ensemble avec le programme mondial de l'alimentation et avec la coopération autrichienne pour appeler à des innovateurs pour qu'ils proposent des solutions pour l'action humanitaire à partir de technologies nouvelles. Et il y avait aussi un certain nombre qui impliquaient l'espace. Et il y a plein de solutions aussi pour les crises humanitaires, que ce soit pour combattre la famine, que ce soit pour prévoir les inondations et les sécheresses, mais aussi pour améliorer l'agriculture, pour combattre le changement climatique. L'espace peut avoir des solutions, je pense en particulier à l'observation de la Terre, mais aussi en combinaison avec évidemment l'utilisation de ces données avec l'intelligence artificielle, avec toutes ces choses-là. Donc je pense vraiment, et ça fait partie de notre stratégie, que le space est une des solutions pour les grands problèmes, pour les grands challenges de l'humanité.
Merci. Alors peut-être une question pour le ministre de l'Éducation. Donc nos jeunes là qui vont être sélectionnés, ils vont devenir ambassadeurs du spatial dans leur communauté. Et on leur a demandé s'ils étaient ambassadeurs, qu'est-ce qu'ils feraient pour promouvoir le spatial? Donc moi je vous retourne peut-être la question. Qu'est-ce que vous aimeriez les voir mettre en place comme initiative dans leurs écoles pour l'année qui vient?
Pour moi, être ambassadeur, ça veut dire aussi donner le bon exemple et convaincre aussi les autres jeunes qui, pour cette fois-ci, n'ont pas encore participé à ce concours ou peut-être qui ne s'intéressent pas encore tellement aux sciences naturelles, aux mathématiques, donc tous ceux qui sont les branches de l'école qui sont en relation directe avec les sujets de l'espace. Je les verrai bien faire un tour dans tous les lycées. Je crois qu'on aura une trentaine de jeunes astronautes et donc de jeunes ambassadeurs. Donc ils pourront visiter un ou deux lycées justement pour raconter un peu de leurs expériences qu'ils ont vécues lors de ce concours, hein, parce que c'était un concours qui avait un très haut niveau, avec plusieurs étapes, mais aussi de rappeler surtout et de raconter de leur vol parabolique. Je crois qu'ils ont l'occasion de vivre une expérience vraiment unique et il ne faut pas garder ces expériences-là pour soi-même, mais vraiment y raconter. Et je crois aussi que au niveau des concours, on a développé au sein du système scolaire luxembourgeois pas mal de concours les dernières années. Et ils doivent essayer de convaincre aussi leurs collègues, leurs camarades, mais aussi leurs parents de faire participer beaucoup plus d'élèves encore dans ces concours, parce que c'est quelque chose qui est formidable quand il y a des jeunes qui ont découvert leur talent, qui ont une motivation et qui justement veulent se battre et se comparer aussi à d'autres qui ont le même talent et le même engagement.
Bon, vous avez bien pris des notes, hein, parce qu'il va falloir travailler après. Ensuite, peut-être pour le ministre des Sports, donc tous les jeunes, en fait, sans exception, qu'on a vus pendant les entretiens, étaient super motivés pour travailler dans le secteur spatial. Est-ce qu'il y a une innovation dont vous rêvez et que vous voudriez qu'ils amènent quand ils seront dans le secteur plus tard?
Il y a plusieurs choses qu'on pourrait s'imaginer, mais qui ne sont pour l'instant peut-être pas encore possibles. Mais dans l'espace, peut-être tout est possible. Donc, tout le monde connaît Enterprise, peut-être s'imaginer un système de beaming up dans l'espace. Mais dans l'espace, je pense qu'il serait imaginable de créer un centre logistique afin d'exploiter encore plus l'espace à un certain endroit. On pourrait s'imaginer aussi autre chose, une serre afin de pouvoir créer de la vie sur la Lune ou n'importe quelle autre planète. Donc il n'y a pas de frein à l'imagination et je suppose que les jeunes ont eu beaucoup plus d'imagination que moi-même.
Ils avaient pas mal d'idées, oui. Peut-être encore une question pour le ministre de l'économie. Vous avez eu la chance de rencontrer un certain nombre d'astronautes déjà. Est-ce qu'il y en a un qui vous a particulièrement marqué? Et si oui, pourquoi?
Oui, j'avais effectivement la chance de rencontrer les astronautes européens en novembre dernier à Paris lors d'une conférence de l'ESA. Et ils étaient tous là, hein, Thomas Pesquet et tous ceux qui étaient à la station internationale. J'en mentionnerai deux qui m'ont particulièrement marqué. D'abord, un de nos astronautes voisins, Matthias Maurer, qui vient de la Sarre, donc qui est voisin du Luxembourg, qui est quelqu'un de très gentil, de très terre à terre. Pour un astronaute, c'est peut-être pas évident de prime abord, mais très terre à terre, très abordable et qui a vraiment cette... les astronautes, c'est des gens qui savent faire énormément de choses. Ce sont vraiment un peu des super-héros. Ils sont très bons en sciences, ils sont sportifs, ils sont créatifs mais en même temps très humbles, très sympathiques. Et Matthias Maurer avait, quand on était à Paris, ramené sa levure de Bitburger qu'il avait ramenée là-bas pour la ramener sur Terre et ensuite faire de la bière avec. Je ne peux pas dire que le goût était maintenant fondamentalement différent du Bitburger conventionnel, mais en tout cas, je trouvais que c'était une idée formidable. Donc Mathias pour sa proximité avec le Luxembourg, et aussi le deuxième, c'est Raphaël Liégeois, notre astronaute belgo-luxembourgeois, parce qu'il a les deux nationalités, qui vient seulement de commencer sa carrière d'astronaute professionnel et qui lui aussi est quelqu'un de formidable, de très gentil et de brillant évidemment.
Merci. On aura la chance d'avoir sur scène un astronaute européen dans quelques minutes, Dorine que je vois là, qui pourra dire un mot. Dans quelques minutes, merci. Bon, on n'a pas été que méchants pendant les entretiens non plus, on a aussi posé des questions un peu plus relaxes, notamment, et donc je m'adresse à vous, par exemple, quel est votre film spatial préféré et pourquoi?
Alors ça, c'est vraiment une question plus relaxe. Ça, c'est vrai. J'étais un grand fan, j'ai toujours adoré Captain Kirk et Mr. Spock, mais c'était en tant que petit garçon. Et j'ai toujours regardé les émissions avec ma grand-mère qui, elle, détestait ce genre d'épisodes. Mais elle m'aimait beaucoup, c'est pour ça qu'elle m'a quand même laissé le choix des émissions. Puis c'était plutôt en l'âge d'adolescent, plus jeune adulte, les films Man in Black, parce que c'était des comédies, on pouvait rire, mais il y avait surtout des créatures inimaginables qu'ils ont créées, qui m'ont beaucoup impressionné. Et je crois qu'il y en avait un autre, c'est Fifth Element, que je regardais même 3, 4 ou 5 fois parce qu'il m'a tellement impressionné. Ouais.
Merci. On a eu beaucoup de Interstellar, hein, nous. C'était vraiment le film qui a été le plus plébiscité dans les entretiens. Et les astronautes, on a eu beaucoup de Thomas Pesquet quand même, je dois dire. Bon, une dernière question peut-être pour vous, Georges. On a très souvent demandé aux jeunes s'ils avaient un bon esprit d'équipe, s'ils étaient des team players. Est-ce que c'est une valeur qui est importante pour vous et si oui, pourquoi?
Pour revenir à la question d'avant, mon film préféré aurait été Interstellar, certainement. Mais sur l'esprit d'équipe, bon, je crois que l'esprit d'équipe, si on a cette valeur de l'esprit d'équipe, c'est une valeur qui peut te porter plus loin dans n'importe quelle situation. Dans ta situation familiale, dans la situation privée, dans la situation située dans une association culturelle, sportive ou n'importe comment. Donc je crois avoir l'esprit d'équipe, c'est toujours une valeur qui peut te porter plus loin. Et certainement aussi dans l'espace, car là tu es dépendant de l'esprit d'équipe, car tout le monde est un élément clé et c'est que l'interaction de ces personnes qui travaillent ensemble fait du bien pour tout le projet. Donc je crois que avoir l'esprit d'équipe, c'est très important et travailler pour le garder ou pour l'avoir, c'est important aussi.
Bon, nous, on est d'accord et c'est pour ça qu'on posait tout le temps la question, hein, évidemment. Donc maintenant, j'invite Dorine à venir, s'il veut bien, nous dire quelques mots, partager un petit peu son expérience. Ensuite, on aura quelques mots de Marc Serres, le CEO de l'Agence spatiale. Et puis ensuite, on passera dans le vif du sujet. Voilà, encore quelques minutes de patience.
OK. Si c'est possible, je vais parler en anglais. Well, I'm very impressed by the new contest just finished here in Luxembourg to be an astronaut for a day. In my teenager years, I really wanted to become somebody who flies very high, up in the sky. I never thought at that time that I could be an astronaut. Just by chance, I took part in a selection process and I won. I was the first one and I had the opportunity to fly into space. You have completely new opportunities now. Europe is developing very fast in the space field. The space now is different than 10 years ago, than 20 years ago. A new European program is developed. Europe has new ambitions with respect to space. Europe wants to become independent, autonomous in the space field, has its own means to launch people into space, to has its own means to make experiences into space, not depending on other ones. It doesn't mean that we don't look for cooperation. Always the cooperation into the outer space, it's welcome, it's necessary. But having your own means, it means that you do whatever you want in your own interest. You are part of this new program. By this contest, developed at the level of the teenagers, you really pass through a process of selection for an astronaut. Now you know what it means. And the winners will make a flight in weightlessness. Weightlessness is the first step to the outer space. You will feel how the astronauts feel into the outer space. For a short time, of course, but this is just the beginning. I wish you success, and I encourage the ones who didn't win this time to be perseverant, to try once again. Now you have quite a good experience. Next time, I'm sure you'll win. Good success to all of you.
Merci Dorine. Voilà, je vais faire durer encore un petit peu le suspense puisque je suis maintenant le dernier à parler avant qu'on commence les annonces. Je voudrais déjà commencer à remercier bien sûr les ministères qui nous ont soutenus et toutes les équipes derrière qui nous ont aidés à organiser ce concours, à effectuer tous les tests, toutes ces épreuves. Et bien sûr le Fonds national de la recherche qui a aussi cofinancé cette initiative. À l'agence spatiale, notre principal objectif, c'est d'aider à développer le secteur d'un point de vue économique ici au Luxembourg. Mais une de nos missions aussi, c'est de développer les talents, ou d'aider les talents à se développer dans ce secteur au Luxembourg. Et on a profité de notre 5e anniversaire, cette année-ci, on a été créé en 2018, pour faire quelque chose qui inspirerait nos jeunes et qui les encouragerait à rejoindre des carrières plus scientifiques, plus techniques, et un jour peut-être travailler dans le secteur spatial. Alors ce n'est pas une initiative que nous on a inventée, c'est quelque chose qui a été fait déjà dans d'autres pays, en particulier au Portugal. Et je dirais, ils nous ont aidés aussi beaucoup pour qu'on puisse organiser cette initiative. Donc on s'est inspiré d'eux et on voit aujourd'hui que ça a eu énormément de succès. Donc on a eu 221 candidatures pour commencer le processus et ça s'est terminé par finalement un pool de 69 candidates et candidats qui sont passés à travers ces entretiens et on va annoncer là bientôt finalement ceux qui sont retenus. Alors comme Dorine l'a dit, ce n'est pas parce qu'on n'a pas été retenu qu'il faut se décourager, se désintéresser du secteur spatial. Ça reste un domaine extrêmement fascinant. Hein, je peux vous le dire, moi ça fait 20 ans que je travaille dans ce domaine et j'en apprends encore tous les jours. C'est juste extraordinaire ce qu'on peut faire dans le spatial. On peut faire des choses dans l'espace et comme le ministre l'a dit aussi, on va faire beaucoup de choses aussi pour la Terre et pour ses citoyens. Donc il ne faut surtout pas se décourager, c'est une première expérience, j'espère que tout le monde a vraiment pu profiter et a pris du plaisir à participer à ce concours. Donc déjà, de ma part et de l'équipe de la LSA, félicitations aux gagnants, mais aussi félicitations aux autres qui ont vraiment été jusqu'au bout du processus avec toute leur motivation, tout leur cœur. Hein, il faut savoir quand même que pour nous, ça n'a pas été si facile finalement de faire le choix. Hein, on a vu toute l'énergie que vous avez mis dans ce concours et ça nous a fait énormément plaisir. Et donc, on va voir maintenant qui va voler. Et je voudrais savoir à quel point vous avez envie de voler. Est-ce que vous avez envie de voler avec nous? Est-ce que vous avez envie de voler avec nous? Ah, c'est déjà mieux. Alors malheureusement, on n'a pas beaucoup de filles, mais on va faire un petit exercice. Maintenant, je voudrais entendre les garçons. Juste les garçons qui sont dans le pool des derniers sélectionnés. Est-ce que vous avez envie de voler avec nous? C'est pas mal ça. Alors les filles, il y en a beaucoup moins. Alors on va faire un truc, on va autoriser les mamans à aider les filles. D'accord? Alors les filles et les mamans, est-ce que vous voulez voler avec nous? Waouh, ça réveille ça.
Bon, je sais pas, on va pas refaire l'exercice avec les garçons et les papas parce que ce serait un peu déséquilibré. Alors ça y est, on y est. Alors ce que je vous propose, on va lancer un countdown pour que Juliette commence à citer les gagnants. On commence à 5. Take off!
Bon, j'appelle Maya aussi, ma collègue qui a tout organisé avec moi pour les annonces. Je dois aussi vous dire, faire un petit mea culpa. On vous a dit que vous auriez un cadeau, vous en aurez un, mais malheureusement, les cartons sont bloqués dans nos bureaux. Donc, je vais devoir vous redire quand venir les chercher. Et en fait, le cadeau, c'est ce beau hoodies. Tiens, tu peux tourner. Voilà, on a un mannequin. Donc, vous en aurez tous un. Donc, on va appeler un par un les 35 qui ont été sélectionnés. Donc, 30, en fait, oui, la bonne nouvelle quand même du jour, c'est que on n'a pas 25 places sur le vol, mais on en a 30. Donc, il y en a 5 de plus qui volent. On garde la sélection des 35, ça veut dire qu'il y aura 30 astronautes d'un jour titulaires, donc qui volent, et 5 de réserve qui seront là si une autre place se libère ou si un des 30 sélectionnés ne peut pas voler. Ce qui va se passer, c'est qu'on va commencer par annoncer ceux qui sont sur la liste d'attente dans l'ordre de la liste. C'est-à-dire le premier sera le premier à voler s'il y a une place qui se libère, le deuxième, enfin voilà. Et ensuite, on annoncera les titulaires. Et on vous invite, du coup, quand votre nom est appelé, à venir sur scène et à vous placer sur scène avec nous. Voilà.
Du coup, quand vous montez sur scène, montez par ici, parce que l'autre côté, c'est pas pratique. Hein. Donc, on va peut-être se mettre là.
Voilà, tu commences ?
Ouais, je commence, ok. Alors, sur la liste d'attente, premier astronaute de réserve, première position, j'appelle Victor Emringer Alvaro.
Félicitations.
Félicitations.
Tu restes avec nous. Deuxième sur la liste d'attente, Kinji Yoshida. On peut peut-être continuer, non, pour...
Ouais. Troisième sur la liste d'attente, Raphaël Arnois.
Quatrième sur la liste d'attente, Imogen Lège. Je sais pas où elle est. Pas là. Elle est pas là ?
Ah, si, oui. Et du coup, la dernière personne qui est sur la liste d'attente, c'est Hortense Le Drezen. Hortense n'est pas là a priori.
Oh, je pense qu'Hortense n'est pas là, mais elle le saura. Donc maintenant, on passe aux astronautes titulaires qui vont voler avec nous.
Il n'y a pas d'ordre, juste.
Il n'y a pas d'ordre, hein. Là c'est
les 30,
mélangé.
voilà, mélangé.
Et pas par ordre alphabétique, parce que sinon c'est trop facile. Donc on a mélangé les noms. On est cruel, hein. Ouais, ouais. Alors, on appelle d'abord Élodie Jacques.
J'appelle ensuite Ben Lys.
Massimo Barbolini. Je sais pas où on peut se mettre, nous. Tu continues ?
Oui, oui. Ensuite, Jeanne de Lupé.
Mohamed Taher Dalili. Je sais. Il nous l'a dit, c'est bon, il n'y a pas de problème. Taher n'est pas là, mais il nous avait prévenu qu'il ne serait pas là. Voilà.
Suivant, Amandine Boisson.
Maximilian Frin.
Bravo, félicitations. Adrien Noy.
Lily May Diebold.
Louis Bock. Félicitations.
Samuel Thomas.
Mathilde Lacour. Félicitations.
Grégoire Gourdin.
Léonore Gibert. Félicitations, Grégoire.
Daniel Jenkin.
Bravo, félicitations. Arthur Ladonné.
Arthur, il va falloir revoir ton polo. Hein.
Ouais.
Amélie Volgenant.
Alexandre Guité. Félicitations.
Mats Young.
Alice Lai. Félicitations.
Ta Fendo.
Ekaterini Tota. Félicitations.
Charles Schiltz.
Félicitations. Ernest Beaubron. Félicitations.
Nils Tessier.
Alexandre Krombach.
Pierre Hansen.
Félicitations. Carolina Brauer de Moraes.
Misaël Ramos. Et le dernier.
Et la dernière personne, c'est Félix Oberlé.
Bon, félicitations à tous. Encore une fois, hein, on l'a dit, ceux qui n'ont pas été sélectionnés, c'est pas du tout un jugement de valeur par rapport à votre personnalité ou vos performances. Vous avez tous été super et le choix a été très difficile à faire et on espère vraiment pouvoir continuer à faire des choses avec vous quand même. Et voilà. Donc pour les lauréats de cette sélection, on va peut-être vous faire un peu de place sur la scène. On va vous inviter à vous mettre un peu mieux pour qu'on fasse une photo de groupe, si vous voulez bien.
Vous pouvez vous mettre accroupi aussi peut-être.
Les petits devant, les grands derrière. Il y a encore un peu de place sur ma droite, là, voilà. Bon, est-ce que vous voulez voler avec nous, du coup? Plus fort. On peut bien les applaudir. Et puis juste pour clôturer, on a encore peut-être 2-3 minutes. Je voulais proposer à certains d'entre vous, si vous voulez, de dire un petit mot. Est-ce que quelqu'un a envie de partager son sentiment là, maintenant, tout de suite? Qui n'est pas timide?
Bien, bonjour à tous. Voilà, donc j'étais candidate comme vous. En fait, ça se voit pas, mais j'ai les larmes aux yeux parce que, bon, franchement, c'était très stressant. Merci beaucoup. Déjà, l'expérience, en fait, tout. Le parcours, tout ça, je trouve que ça a été une expérience très intéressante. Et même si j'avais pas été sélectionnée, ça m'aurait beaucoup appris. Voilà. Donc, merci à l'équipe et franchement, j'ai super hâte de voler. Voilà.
Merci. Tu voulais dire un mot aussi?
Donc voilà, bonjour à toutes et à tous aussi de ma part. D'abord, vu l'occasion, je voudrais vraiment remercier tout le monde qui a rendu possible cette expérience, cette occasion pour des jeunes adultes comme nous de vivre non seulement le procès de devenir astronaute, qui était très similaire à ce que les vrais astronautes doivent faire par après, mais aussi voilà, le vol Zero Gravity qui sera une expérience inouïe. Et aussi le rôle en tant qu'ambassadeur, je trouve ça très intéressant qu'on implique également les jeunes dans ce procès. Donc un grand merci à tout le monde qui l'a rendu possible.
Merci. Tu veux dire un mot?
Bonjour à tous et à tous. J'aimerais tout d'abord commencer par bravo à tout le monde, même si vous n'avez pas été sélectionné. Et maintenant, on n'a plus qu'à tout donner et représenter le meilleur possiblement, enfin, la meilleure des manières, le Luxembourg.
Vous remarquerez qu'il a enlevé son polo NASA quand même. Hein. Voilà. Ok. On peut peut-être faire encore une dernière photo avec 3 astronautes européens qui sont là dans la salle, comme ça. Et puis après, on va libérer la place et vous laisser vous remettre de vos émotions. Allez, tout le monde, c'est cheese, j'allais dire. Tout le monde sourit. Merci beaucoup.
Merci.
Merci, bonne journée à tous. Mais vous êtes libre de descendre de scène maintenant. Oui, en fait, on va faire un communiqué de presse qu'on enverra lundi avec toute la liste des noms, leur âge et les lycées dans lesquels ils sont. Ça ira, vous y êtes tout de suite? On n'a pas pour le moment
which is on space education in Luxembourg. This panel will be moderated in Luxembourgish, but I will make a brief introduction in English and also try to summarize the main points at the end in English. So there are today already 75 businesses and research laboratories and around 1,200 employees active in the space ecosystem in Luxembourg. And for the sector to grow, it needs two things. Number one, space, haha. Well, geographical space, so areas in Luxembourg that are exclusively dedicated to space-related activities. And this will be created with the new Space Campus, which will be hosted at two sites, one focusing on companies and the other on public space research. And the main site will be located in Kokkelscheuer, and the second site will be located in Belval next to the university. And the second thing this growing sector needs is qualified people. And that's where it becomes important to discuss how to enhance the role that space education plays in supporting this growing economy. So to discuss this, I'm joined by representatives of different stakeholders in this domain. And this panel is composed of the following people. I will briefly introduce them in Luxembourgish now. Wir haben den Marc Serres von der Luxembourg Space Agency. Hier lädt die Lützeburger Delegation bei der ESA repräsentiert auch Lützeburg am ESA-Conseil. Er ist Elektroingenieur mit einem Doktorat an der Optoelektronik. Und da geht es darum, Daten und Energie, die elektronisch generiert werden, an Lichtemissionen umzuwandeln und umgedreht. Richtig? Dann haben wir den Herrn Frank Eichen, den Direktor vom jungen Lycée hier an der Stadt, Lycée des Garçons Luxembourg. Den Yves Elsen, hier als Ingenieur, aber bis vor kurzem Managing Partner als CEO von Hitec, Lützeburg SA, und seit Juni Mitbesitzer von der Firma und Präsident vom Verwaltungsrat. Und auch noch am Verwaltungsrat von anderen Firmen und öffentlichen Institutionen, und er ist aktuell der Präsident vom Verwaltungsrat von der Uni Lützeburg. Martin Reichertz an der Mitte als Präsidentin vom Fonds National de la Recherche hier im Conseil. Sie ist aber auch an verschiedenen anderen Verwaltungsräten engagiert. Ihre Background ist am Droit. Und sie war Commissaire européenne in der Barroso II-Kommission und Direktrice Générale für Education, Kultur und Sport bei der Europäischen Kommission. Wie gesagt, seit 2018 auf verschiedenen Verwaltungsräten aktiv. Und dann haben wir noch den Philipp Glesner, Senior Vice President bei der SES, wo hier die Aktivitäten im Bereich Space und Defense lädt. Hier hat eine lange Karriere an der Satellitenkommunikationsindustrie mit einem Background am Commerce und Elektroingenieurwesen. Und hier ist auch Member vom Conseil für LuxGovSat, eine Initiative von der Regierung in Zusammenarbeit mit der SES. Und vielmals merci, dass ihr alle bei diesem Panel mitmacht für dieses Mal. Ich gebe mir eine generelle Frage für euch alle Guten aufhängen. Und zwar, wir haben gerade Astronaut for a Day Kandidaten selektioniert. Die ESA hat rezent neue Astronauten rekrutiert. Und für den Space-Sektor zu Lützeburg, da gehen eben auch qualifizierte Leute gebraucht. Was ist Ihrer Meinung nach, was sind Kompetenzen und Ausbildungen, die für den Space-Sektor zu Lützeburg gebraucht gehen? Wie will aufhängen?
Da meine ich den D'Entrée. Ich meine, heute in Lützeburg muss man Leute tun, die sich für den Espace interessieren. Was sie da noch studieren oder auf welchem Bereich sie genau schaffen, ist viel mehr wichtig. Wir haben eine Industrie, die am Space sich developiert hat, über die letzten 20, 30 Jahre, besonders über die letzten 10, 15 Jahre. Und wir brauchen Leute aus allen Sparten, alle Gute, vom Ingenieur bis bei den Jurist, bis bei den Financier, bis bei Leuten, die einfach nicht mehr innovative Ideen auf den Tisch bringen, die andere Leute dafür zu materialisieren. Ich meine, das ist etwas, was auch die jungen Masmutos auf den Weg gehen, dass sie sich wirklich das studieren, was ihnen Freude macht, weil den Espace bietet ihnen eine Arbeitsmöglichkeit an all Domänen, wo sie dann noch studieren gehen.
Okay, das ist gut resümiert, ja.
Ja, was ich vielleicht noch kann dabei sagen, den European Space Policy Institute hat vor kurzem eine Etude gemacht über Space Education in Europa. Und dort hat sich effektiv herausgestellt, dass viele junge Mengen, dass nicht mehr eine Karriere gibt von den Ingenieuren in dem Bereich, was komplett falsch ist. Und das hat als Konsequenz eigentlich, dass viele Junge einfach den Sektor nicht als eine Opportunität für sich selber gesehen. Das heißt, wenn ich wirklich an dem Sektor schaffen, muss ich nicht unbedingt Ingenieur sein. Ja, es gibt auch viel gebraucht an dem Domain, aber da sind aber auch der Meinung dem Philipp, dass auch andere Professionen da nötig sind an dem Sektor.
Also ich gebe ein bisschen aus dem Unisektor rausgehen, weil ich eben so sind, wie ich bin. Ich meine, für mich ist es doch wichtig, dass uns junge Leute, und ich meine, alles das, was gesagt wird, das stimmt natürlich, aber auch echt Soft Skills lehren, wie gehe ich mit den anderen eins? Und ich meine, das ist doch immens wichtig, an Assoziationen zu schaffen, also ich soll nicht scouten, mehr bis auf der Preis lag, für das zu lehren, zusammen schaffen, zusammen leben. Ich meine, bei den Frauen, die Gestalt zu gehen, für können Astronaut zu gehen, wäre auch, wie gut geht er mit den anderen eins? Ich meine, das ist nicht nur, ich bin ein Genie, das geht nicht durch, heute ist das. Ich meine, das ist auch wichtig, andere Sachen zu machen, kann auch Musik sein. Voilà, ich meine, konzentriere dich nicht nur auf die Schule und die Uni, das muss natürlich gut sein, aber die muss auch eine Passion haben, an ein Hobby. Und ich meine, die muss auch etwas am Domain zu dienen mit den anderen, wie gehe ich mit den anderen eins? Und dann auf der Uni natürlich entweder Erasmus machen oder ans Ausland gehen oder Marie Curie oder von diesen Programmen. Das sind all die europäischen, die ich ein paar vertreten habe, für das da wirklich eine internationale Erfahrung kriegt, eher dass dann noch plötzlich zurückkommt.
Ich will ein bisschen in der Tour knappen und auch schon so, dass es viel schon an der Education nach am Lycée auch wichtig ist, dass man sich nicht wirklich just auf etwas beschränkt, da seht jetzt links, das ist mir egal und das interessiert mich nicht, mir auch durch schon eine relativ große Virtue d'esprit zu haben, für eben noch dann auch können über seinen Tellerrand rauszugucken, über das, was ich studiert habe, rauszugucken und noch an anderen Domänen eben Kompetenzen sehen, dann können Mathe schwätzen und die nötigen Kompetenzen zu haben, für da mitzuwirken.
Well, vieles ist schon gesagt. Ich kann nicht mehr just so den Space-Sektor als ein von den Sektoren von der Wirtschaft zu Luxemburg. Das ist also nicht Exklusives. Wir brauchen junge Leute, die motiviert sind, die auch bereit sind, Risiko zu holen, weil das Space-Business für sich als ein Risikobusiness, das ist also nicht, wie wenn da eine gewisse öffentliche Administration sitzt, da ist ein bisschen mehr Musik und Dynamismus dran. Ich meine, es sind auch die das brauchen. Wir brauchen Leute aus allen Sektoren, da kann ich dem Philipp lesen und ihm zustimmen, ob die Leute Mathematiker, Physiker sind, ob die Leute Ingenieure sind, die Ökonomisten, Finanzleute und Juristen genug gebraucht. Und da braucht man auch Leute, die ein bisschen das Virus haben vom Entrepreneuriat. Das ist ganz wichtig. Der Space-Sektor gibt also Ouvertüren, wo wir uns selber erneuern, aber wo wir auch können immens viel Beiträge für andere bestehende Sektoren bringen. Also da muss ich noch ein bisschen think out of the box haben. Aber wie Martin gesagt hat, das ist immer nur ein Teamplay. Together everyone achieves more. Und ich meine, wenn da diesen Kriterien entspricht oder meint, die Kinder etwas beitragen, dann sind auf der richtigen Platz am Space-Sektor.
Bon, merci, alle Guten. Ich gebe dann ein bisschen mehr angehen auf die verschiedenen Aktivitäten, die es schon im Bereich Space Education gibt. Und für einen kleinen Überblick zu gehen, Marc Serres, es gibt eine Reihe pädagogischer Aktivitäten schon zum Thema Weltraum zu Lützeburg. Darunter auch zum Beispiel den European Space Education Research Office, ESERO. Könnt ihr kurz erklären, was das ist?
Ja, ESERO ist eine Initiative, die von der ESA geholt ist, schon bald 15 Jahre ungefähr, wo Lützeburg beigetreten ist 2018 mit dem Objektiv für die nationalen Edukationssysteme zu helfen, das Spatial zu benutzen an den Kuren. Das heißt, die Intention ist nicht Kuren zu gehen, über das Spatial, mit das Spatial zu benutzen, einen Kur an der Chemie, an der Mathematik, an der Physik oder vielleicht nach anderen Kuren, bleibt aber generell am Domain STEM. Das heißt, das erste, was du gemerkt hast, das ist eine Information von Enseignants. Das heißt, E0 geht nicht direkt an die Schule oder enseigniert nicht direkt an Schüler, das für das ein Training für die Enseignants. Letztes Jahr sind, ich gucke, ich sehe Statistiken, ungefähr 200 Enseignants zu Lützeburg, die durch die Formation gegangen sind, für eben das Spatial zu benutzen an ihren Kuren. Das zweite Element ist die Entwicklung von Material, didaktischem Material. Das ist auch wichtig, wenn ein Experiment macht an der Klasse oder wenn ihr wollt, ein Kurs illustrieren, mit Spatial brauche ich noch das Material für das zu machen. Und E0 hat die Rolle für das zu machen, muss ich noch, vielleicht in Klammer ab, E0 in der Zwischenzeit, der Büro geht nicht bald an den ganzen Ländern, die Memberstaat sind von der RESA. Und die gesehen sich mindestens einmal pro Jahr. Das heißt, du hast enorm viele Échanges gemacht, auch von Experience, von Material. Das heißt, heute zu Lützeburg benutzt Eisebüro auch Sachen, die in Deutschland, in Österreich oder Frankreich oder in der Belgien entwickelt sind, für dann den Profen oder den Enseignants das zur Verfügung zu stellen. Den dritten Element von E0 sind dann noch ganz spezifische Projekte. Dieser hat auch Spezialsachen entwickelt, wo in einer Klasse eine Möglichkeit gibt, für ein kleines Programm zu schreiben, das dann auf der ISS lebt. Ja, das sind so ganz spezifische Projekte, wo die Klasse können, oder das ist keine Obligation für das zu machen, das steht zur Verfügung und die Enseignants können dann auch darauf basieren, für eben so spezifische Projekte in ihrer Klasse zu machen. Das vierte Element oder vierte Aktivität, die den E0 möchte, das auch den Kontakt zu machen mit den Entreprisen, mit den Leuten, die schon am Sektor arbeiten. Das heißt, Space goes to school. Und da rekrutiert den E0 Leute von den Entreprisen, und ich weiß, dass auch viele Leute von den Entreprisen, die schon heute hier repräsentiert sind, auch da mitmachen, wo eben die Leute bis noch erklären gehen, was sie an ihrer Firma machen, was ein Enjeu ist, was den Challenge ist, was den Interesse ist für, von den Entreprisen. Und dann, last but not least, machen sie auch mit generell Promotionsaktivitäten. Das heißt, E0 ist auch da, sie haben ein Site, wo sie Informationen mitteilen. Sie machen noch an Foire mit, für die Promotion zu machen. Und das sind die 5 Hauptaktivitäten von E0. Ich will doch so dass wir das nicht allein machen, weil das die Initiative ist von der ESA, das kofinanziert, von der ESA, nationalen Niveau, von der Agence und auch vom Ministère de l'Éducation. Das ist wirklich ganz wichtig, dass das Edukativsystem mit impliziert ist. Das heißt, hier machen wir das nicht komplett unabhängig. Das geht wirklich mit dem Ministère de l'Éducation und mit den verschiedenen Akteuren, die an der Education impliziert sind.
Merci. Und die Luxembourg Space Agency hat dann eine Reihe anderer edukative Aktivitäten, zum Beispiel die Möglichkeit für ein Stage bei der ESA zu machen und noch eine Kollaboration mit der ADEM für eben zu gucken, qualifiziert Personal für den Sektor zusammenzufinden. Ich gehe weitergehen bei den Frank Euschen, Direktor von einem Lycée, und fragen, was kann Niveau von einem Lycée gemacht gehen? Oder respektive, was wird vielleicht bei ihr am Lycée gemacht? Und auch, wie groß ist überhaupt ein Interesse bei den Schülern für den Sektor?
Also ich ging so, es wird von so speziell mein Lycée zum Mann gemacht. Das ist so, dass das klassische Lützeburger Schulsystem ja an sich darauf ausgelöst ist, für einen deutschen Begriff zu benutzen, für die eierlegende Wollmilchsau zu produzieren. Das ist die Student oder die Schüler haben noch primär zu produzieren, die studierfähig ja quasi allem ist. Für die Sprachenenseignement und den Science-Enseignement in den Hut zu kriegen, dass die Spagat, den dabei muss gemacht werden, die bewegt aber leider, dass Programme zeitlich und noch inhaltlich so gefüllt sind, dass eigentlich am normalen Curriculum nicht ganz viel Zeit bleibt für aus dem fixierten Kader rauszugehen. Gott sei Dank gibt es aber, wie gerade daneben angeklungen ist, die externen Offeren von Projekten, von Konferenzen, von Konkursen, von Präsentationen, in denen ich teilholen kann, wo natürlich wir encouragieren, dass als Schüler daran teilholen, wo man so, wenn der Evenementer dann aufstehen, mit Schülern natürlich auch freistellen, für daran teilzuholen. Also es geht echt über den Dove, über einen externen Weg, den nicht am normalen Curriculum von der Schule mit integriert ist. Bei so Gelegenheiten gesagt ihnen aber dann natürlich, dass das Interesse an den Interesse und Begeisterung von den Schülern ganz groß ist für die Sachen. Es fällt aus ihrem normalen Kader raus, dass etwas Neues, das innovativ, dass sie Sachen, die sie ganz, ganz flott fanden, dafür sie sich ganz einfach, ganz groß können begeistern.
Okay, wenn der Herr Minister Lona gewesen wäre, also ein Appell, ein bisschen mehr Flexibilität am Programm zu lösen für so Sachen. Okay, gehen wir weiter auf das nächste Niveau von der Education. Herr Elsen als Präsident vom Conseil von der Uni Lützeburg, der hat auf der Uni 2 Masterstudiengänge zum Thema. Und könnt ihr die vielleicht kurz vorstellen?
Ja, ganz gerne. Ich ging aber nach einer so in die Universität Lützeburg hat auch Bachelor- und Masterprogramme Ökonomie, Finanzen, Droit, Ingenieurswissenschaften. Weil wir viel gesagt haben, wir haben noch Jungleute mit einer normalen Ausbildung, die sind aussi les bienvenus. Und ich ging so, wir sollen nicht so viel immer auf die Spezialitäten greifen. Ja, die hat recht. Wir haben aber auch 2 Abbaustudien auf unserer Universität. Das eine das am Gebiet vom Medienrecht und vom Space Law, wo wir ein 2-Jahres-Programm haben, den effektiv unsere Studentinnen und Studenten am Niveau von einem Master eine ganz gute Ausbildung gibt, für später effektiv an Betriebe zu gehen oder bei Institutionen international européennes. Und da gibt es effektiv gelehrt, wie sind die neuen Prinzipien. Die wisst, Lützeburg hat für 6 Jahre Space Resources Initiative gestartet. Und das ist auch natürlich ganz wichtig für uns. Wir sind eine von den wenigen Ländern auf der Welt, die ein Gesetz haben über Space Resources, dass wir da auch Fachkräfte ausbilden, die den Start-ups an den Betrieben, die sich zu Lützeburg niederlassen, auch da können richtig helfen, das regulatorisch an den Griff zu kriegen, weil ich meine, an einer demokratischen Weltordnung, wie man sie nach Andela kennen, halt ganz wichtig ist. Den zweiten Teil ist aber auch, dass wir ein Programm machen, den en fait echt geduld, dass wir Leute, die sich wirklich auf den Espace spezialisieren, und das ist ein Master in Space Programm, den wir seit 3 Jahren feiern. Und da könnt ihr auch mal 2 Jahre ein Diplom am Niveau von Master kriegen. Den hat ein Curriculum von 4 Semester, 3 Semester auf der Uni. An 1 Semester wäre Test de Maîtrise, die mehr an der Industrie, zu Lützeburg oder am Ausland, wir sind froh, wenn er zu Lützeburg macht. Und da kommt er rauf, wenn der Bachelor hat, sehen wir dann am STEM-Gebiet Ökonomie oder Finanzen oder Droit. Und da kriegt er effektiv die gewissen Aspekte, was alles gebraucht wird, wenn du ein bisschen will, an den Entrepreneuriat ranzugehen vom Espace. Die Programme sind gut besichtigt. Wir haben pro Jahr ungefähr 1 Dose Studentinnen und Studenten aus der ganzen Welt. Und wir sind natürlich auch froh, wenn von Lützeburg aus auch mehr ein Interesse käme. Ich meine, wir haben eine Universität zu Lützeburg mit einem guten Namen. Und was Betriebe wie TCS auch ein Professor bei unserer Universität sponsern, meine ich, als das aber auch ein Zeichen für Qualität.
Okay, vielmals merci. Und Duni hat doch schon ein paar Infrastrukturen an dem Sektor, den seine Studenten und Forscher kann anbieten. Ich denke, du an den Zero-G Lab und den Lunar Lab, könnt ihr vielleicht dummer dann noch ein bisschen Lust machen.
Ja, wenn denken zu weit, dass wir auf den Mond zu fliegen, ihr könnt auf die Kirchpirch kommen, da haben wir am Keller eine ganz Mondlandschaft abgebaut, wo ihr seht, kleine Rover fahren, respektive, wo wir können Logiciellen testen, wie die Lichtbedingungen auf der Mondoberfläche sind, dass sie wissen, geht es Bier auf, geht es Bier ab. Das ist schon faszinant. Und Michael, die gibt mir da eine gute Idee. Vielleicht müssen wir ein Jahr mit meinem Opa schwätzen, dass vielleicht die Klassen, die sich am Lycée dezidieren, eine Spezialität zu machen, und vielleicht ein Jahr sollen aber noch mittig auf die Kirchbirch invitieren, da können sie das experimentieren. Wir haben aber nicht nur den Lunar Lab, wir haben auch nach der Flight Arena, das heißt, da können wir effektiv, wenn der Welt so, wir die Situation of Space Awareness zu gesehen. Wie kann ich gesehen, ob es ein Debris ist oder ein Satellit ist, da kann man das effektiv simulieren. Und das ist schon ganz extrem interessant Laboratoire, der es nicht an der Dosen an Europa gehen. Und das ist schon ein ganz wichtiger Punkt, wann da will ich ab dem Domain zu Lützeburg spezialisieren. Da braucht man es nicht zu schummen und da stehen wir auch nicht im Ausland zivil weit weg.
Voilà, mit dem neuen Space Campus werden da sicher noch pur attraktive Laboren und Infrastrukturen dabei kommen. Also das ist ein Sektor, den noch wirklich viel wert wussten. Martin Reichertz, als Präsidentin vom FNR, könnt ihr es vielleicht kurz resümieren, was möchte FNR für Space Education zu Lützeburg zu unterstützen?
Ja, also den IFO hat schon angedeutet, ich meine, den einen Teil, das sind Doktoranden, wo wir Public-Private Partnership haben mit verschiedenen Gesellschaften, also SOS als eng, iSpace als eng andere, wo wir dann Maschinen entwickeln, die auf den Mond gehen und dann da explorieren. Ich meine, das sind faszinierende Züge für Jungleute, immer Jungleute übrigens. Voilà. Und dann, ich meine, so ein Event wie den heute, die wird kofinanziert auch vom FNR. Und da will ich auch noch ein Wort sagen über den Luxembourg Tech School, das ist für die jungen Leute zwischen 15 und 19 Jahren. Und da gibt es zum Beispiel ein Modul, das nicht genau da man etwas zu tun. Voilà, und du kannst da lernen über Space Mining, an Robotics, an all die Fächer, die wir brauchen, die ganz breit gefächert sind. Wir können dann wirklich an mit der Rakete oder mit irgendeiner Maschine an die Luft zu fliegen oder zu landen oder an Schmengen. Vielleicht wird man da nach 100 anderen Sachen noch finden.
Merci.
Voilà, und dann, last but not least, ich wollte nach ein Wort sagen, Mr. Science oder Madame Science, als auch finanziert vom FNR. Und ich meine, dann ist ganz wichtig, dass man auch ganz junge Leute direkt von Klingemund auffordern und sich für Science interessieren. Und nicht nur Jungen, aber auch Mädchen haben wir für gesehen, dass wir aber relativ viele Kandidatinnen hatten, für Astronautinnen zu gehen. Und als einzige Frau hier im Panel, mit dir, Michel, zusammen, fand ich dann aber eine ganz flotte Idee. Und ich wollte Mrs. Science auch nach mir sagen.
Ja, wir haben ein paar Mr. Science beim FNR mittlerweile. Da kommen da noch. Vielmals merci. Also die Luxembourg Tech School ist auch effektiv etwas, was vielleicht für die Lyceen interessant ist, weil das eine extracurricular Aktivität und sie benutzen aber wirklich carrément Material von der richtigen Forscher. Also sie holen hier Klassen carrément mit an der Luna Lab von der Uni und lassen sie mit der Rover auf der Uni testen. Das heißt, sie benutzen wirklich das Material, was die professionell auch benutzen. Martin, die hat für dich schon auch einen kleinen Aussatz gemacht. Was gibt dir junge Leute mit auf den Weg gehen, die sich für eine Karriere am Space-Sektor interessieren?
Also ich gehe heute so, wenn ich für alle Sektor so, ich meine, die jungen Leute von heute, die werden sowieso den Beruf 10 mal, 20 mal wechseln. Also ich meine, das ist wichtig. Ich meine, den IFO hat für drin angeschwärzt, dass sie wirklich interessiert sind und dem, was sie lehren. Egal wer das. Ich meine, wirklich nicht nur an engem Fach, aber auch nach anderen. Heute ist es wichtig, Tieren abzumachen und auch an Fächer ranzugehen, die mir breit sind, wie just nur eine enge Spezialisation und dann das ganze Leben an dem zu bleiben. Das ist mal das Erste. Das Zweite, die jungen Leute sollen nun sich selber glauben. Ich meine, das ist immens wichtig, dass sie wirklich, also wenn sie wollen, Kosmonaut gehen, Astronaut gehen, da sollen sie drüber glauben. Wir haben heute Jean sitzen, hier hat sein Leben lang drüber gelebt, an der Lohe, einen Platz, an einer Navette. Also, geht nicht ab. Und die dritte Message, dass sie was fallen, dass sie lehrt gehen. Also, der wie fallen am Leben. Aber wenn ich denke, er nicht geklappt hat, also nicht schlimm, da steht er ab und dann müssen wir weiter. Voilà.
Super, es wäre interessant, wie Astronauten das umsetzen, weil die können ja am Anfang nicht fallen, oder? Also das ist ein guter Grund für Astronauten zu gehen, du kannst nicht fallen. Philipp Glesner, ich gebe noch mit ihr dran aufschließen, weil der kommt am Anfang aus einer Firma, die am Sektor kommerziell aktiv ist. Wie ein Projekt zum Thema Weltraum hat SES zu Lützeburg oder ist involviert auf welchen Projekten?
Also wir sind ja an den Telekommunikationssatelliten NRW, aber wir sehen aber immer mehr eine Evolution, dass Satellitentechnologie benutzt wird für Telekommunikation auf verschiedenen Höchten über dieser Erde. Aber wir sehen aber auch immer mehr Observation de la Terre, wir sehen auch immer mehr souveräne Défense-Systeme. Du hast zum Beispiel auch Großprojekte von der Europäischen Kommission, aber du sind auch nationale Programme, die am Anfang die ganze Technologie, die ganze Space Awareness viel mehr weit bringen, an diesem Sektor ganz klar auch ein Domain ist, an dem wir also weiterentwickeln. Den Espace als solches ist passionnant. Es gibt all da neue Ideen davon, es gibt all da neue Konzepte ausgedurcht, und das am Anfang dort zu gucken, wo wir sind. Und noch eine Firma wie TCS ist enorm innovativ, wir haben enorm neue Ideen, die kommen. Es hilft eben dann, daraus ein Businessmodell zu machen, den noch die Straße hält, auf 5 oder 10 Jahre. Aber sonst, wenn man guckt, TCS ist von einer Idee geboren, und TCS ist weiterkommen, weil immer neue Ideen da waren, wo Leute irgendetwas sich ausgedurcht haben, wo zum Beispiel mehr Satellitenkonstellationen haben, die für 10 Jahre abgegangen sind, wo der Starlink an den Elon Musk, der ja ganz viel an den Medien los, bei 4, 3, 4, 5 Jahren Richtung gefangen wird. Das heißt, heute zu Lützeburg haben wir eine super passionnante Industrie, ein super passionnanter Sektor. Es gibt enorm viele neue Ideen und es heißt just, die richtigen Leute zusammenzubringen, die richtigen Kompetenzen zusammenzubringen und dann das Ganze eben auf eine für Reiselo ökonomisch attraktiv Weise auch zu kommerzialisieren. Das ist ein Espace, dafür ist der CS immer dabei, wenn es um den Espace geht.
Merci. Können wir vielleicht noch verraten, ob es noch ein Projekt oder eine Opportunität gibt, die an der Planung ist, wo vielleicht die jungen Enthusiasten sich dafür begeistern oder interessieren könnten?
Also ich meine, wir sind immer mehr, und auch Lützeburg ist immer mehr am Gange noch an den Domain vom Cyberspace zu gehen. Das heißt, Systeme anzubieten, die mit Satelliten zu tun haben, die mit Telekommunikation zu tun haben, die aber hypersekurisiert sind, als souverän sind. Souverän Lützeburgisch, da kann ich ja nach einem zudrücken, aber souverän europäisch. Und da sind ganz viele Möglichkeiten. Wir sind am Gange, zum Beispiel ein Projekt zu developieren, den Verschlüsselung vom Satellit aufbringt auf alle Punkte von dieser Welt. Da das Quantum, da das alles neu, ich gehe noch nicht in Details, aber das sind so Projekte, wo wir als da gucken, aber wenn es wirklich interessant ist, da werden wir ganz viel Zoom an die Hand holen und dann als weiter an den Domain herannähern, weil die Interkonnektivität zwischen dem Messpass und all der Reso, Fieber oder alles, was auch Cloud ist, an Europa, heute zu Lützeburg, mehr in der ganzen Welt, als wahrscheinlich da, wo die Industrie ganz sicher hingeht. Ja.
Okay. Wir haben vielleicht Zeit für eine Frage aus der Audience, falls es dann gibt, aus dem Publikum eine Frage. Ich gehe auf alles beantwortet. Ja, Herr Elsen?
Ich wollte auch nach England sprechen, wie die Entreprisen zu Lützeburg. Wir leben nicht auf einer Insel, wir partizipieren alle Jahre aktiv, wie den jungen Schülerinnen und Schüler als Betrieber zu weisen. Es gibt 2 Initiativen, das zum Beispiel die Young Engineering Training Days, die den Ingenieursverein mit den jungen Entrepreneurs Lützeburg organisiert, in Kooperation mit den Lyceen, wo die Schülerinnen und Schüler auf 3. und 2. können 2 Tage an als Betrieber kommen. Und noch ein, den sich interessiert für den Espace, da sind auch ein SES und ein Hightech dabei, und da sind die immer ganz willkommen. Ein zweiten Teil ist, wenn du musst Stage machen oder du musst eher Bachelorarbeit schreiben oder eher Masterarbeit schreiben. Wir als Betrieber sind ganz stark interessiert, euch als Student oder Studentin abzuholen. Das ist der erste Schritt, wo wir eine gute Relation können aufbauen können. Und ich kann nicht sagen, von den letzten 10 Rekrutmenten bei uns in der Firma sind da 6 rekrutiert, die bei uns hier Diplomarbeit geschrieben haben. Also dafür, wenn ich Schrift kontaktiert uns, wir sind heute, und ihr seht ja alle Jahre viel besser wie wir an den elektronischen Medien, wir haben alle Jahre Webseiten, alle Jahre soziale Medien, traut ihr euch auch uns zu kontaktieren, das ist der erste Schritt und das ist ein ganz wichtiger Schritt, besonders für die, wenn sie ein paar Wochen herumkommen, nach ihrem Flug, nach immer motiviert sind, für die nächste Etappe zu holen.
Super, vielmals merci. Bon, ich gebe da probieren, auf Englisch kurz zu resümieren. Wenn ich etwas vergessen, komplementiert mich gerne. So we have already a number of existing activities in space education in Luxembourg, and this starts at the level of primary schools and secondary schools, where there is the initiative Zero Luxembourg that offers teacher training, material, and competitions. And the interest in high schools is there. Unfortunately, there's often not enough time to integrate this into the program, but the students are interested, and we have seen this earlier when the Astronaut for a Day was announced. The university is preparing itself to help the space sector grow by providing 2 specialized master's degrees in the space sector in the topic of space, and also by providing infrastructures such as a lunar lab and a zero-G lab, or a flight lab. And these infrastructures will grow with the new space campus that will be developed on 2 sites. The FNR will continue to support both the research and the space education sector, and will provide funding and opportunities for anyone wanting to promote this sector to the public. And last but not least, we have a number of companies already in Luxembourg active in the sector, and there are opportunities already there for young enthusiasts. They can do internships, or they can look for a career in those companies, or they can help develop this growing economy and maybe create their own company. So really a sector that is growing, and for all young people interested, they should just go for it. And if they fall, no worries, just get up and keep walking, and think of the astronauts who cannot fall. Thank you to all our panelists. And we now have an autograph session with the astronauts happening at the Asteroid Foundation booth. And then our next panel will be at 4 o'clock. Thank you again for all the panelists. Please give them a warm applause. Die zweite Frage du ein bisschen resümiert, weil die erste war relativ lang. Hätte ich vielleicht umgedreht müssen. Moon, Mars, and beyond. And I have 4 lovely panelists here with me who I will present in a minute, but just as a brief introduction. A few years ago, Luxembourg launched the Space Resources Initiative and thereby positioned itself as a pioneer in the exploration and utilization of space resources. Because the Moon, other planets, and asteroids, they contain a rich diversity of minerals, gases, and water. And one idea pursued is that such resources could be mined and extracted from space in order to enable mankind to travel further and even spend longer in space. And that's among the things we will discuss in this panel. So let me briefly present you panel members. I would like to start with the lady, ladies first. Katrin Hadler is the director of the world's first innovation center entirely dedicated to space resources research, the European Space Resources Innovation Center, ESRIC, which is based in Luxembourg, and Catherine is actually backed by a Pearl Chair from the Luxembourg National Research Fund, and she is an internationally renowned scientist in mineral processing and beneficiation. Welcome, Catherine. Thank you for joining us. Then we have Dumitru Dorin Prunario, who is the first Romanian astronaut, and he's an aerospace engineer with a PhD in the field of spaceflight dynamics. He's been on an 8-day space mission in 1981 to conduct scientific experiments and currently works as an expert within the Romanian Association for Space Technology and Industry, and is also a member of the board of the Romanian Space Agency. And then we have Slava Turishev, who is a Russian physicist now working in the US at the NASA Jet Propulsion Laboratory. He has a PhD in astrophysics and theoretical gravity physics, an MBA and a DSc in astronomy, astrophysics, and gravitational physics. He's also an adjunct professor at UCLA with a range of research interests. Catherine, now I realize I didn't list your titles, all of you, so maybe you can complement that first. I'm sorry. So we'll start with an overarching question for all of you, and you're all welcome to reply. Just maybe try and keep your replies relatively brief. What benefits do space resources have in the areas of technology and process innovation for sustainability in space and on Earth? Who would like to start?
I think the abundance of resources in space is obvious. So yesterday we discussed the opportunities of that open for us when we'll be in space. But reality in the next few decades, I think what we will see is the first, of course, lunar exploration. Once we get there, we are looking for water. We are looking for resources that may be utilized to develop fuel and then take the next step in the solar system. So I think personally, I'm very much interested to see our abilities to discover water or ice on the moon. Then in the shadowed craters, in the shadow craters, especially south pole region of the moon, where we have Shackleton crater, which is permanently shadowed. And so there is no sunshine, there is no Earth reflection gets into the Shackleton crater. Getting there, putting a lunar base near the Shackleton crater will position us very well to explore the ice on the moon. Because ice on the moon, we were able to confirm the presence of ice on the moon by multiple resources. We know that significant neutron flux from that region. We need to deploy the instruments and confirm that indeed we are dealing with water ice. So this is the moon. The next step will be asteroids. And asteroids, abundance of resources on asteroids opens a lot of opportunities. Maybe my colleagues here on the panel will go further with those. Please.
It works, yeah? Yes, from my point of view, the next few years, they are very important, very interesting from the point of view of the development of technologies to dig for resources on the moon or on asteroids. Development of the technologies, it's fast because it's done mainly by private institutions. And the private companies are interested to have benefit as soon as possible from this exploration and exploitation of, I speak of the moon for the beginning, and then about the asteroids. Also, in the same time, the exploitation of resources on another planet, on the moon, let's say, it's very important for in situ development of infrastructtures, in situ construction of different objectives, the infrastructure for living on the moon. Also, as Slava said, water is very important, oxygen is very important, and they are on the moon. Not only on the moon, on Mars as well. And the exploration of the possibilities to produce water and oxygen in the very beginning to favorize the living of the astronauts on other planets is very important also.
You want to add something?
Yeah, I'd just like to add that this is fundamentally about sustaining human life, sustaining space exploration, decoupling our reliance on bringing everything that we need from Earth. And that's currently the situation for space. For travel into space, we need to take everything from Earth and also return safely. So I think for space resources, it's about being able to sustain space travel, space exploration, but it's fundamentally about resources. It's about resources in a hostile, pristine environment, and that's something that we also must take into consideration.
Anything you would like to add, Kyle? Next one, okay. So I think you briefly touched already on this, Doreen, this question to you maybe. Do you think it would be best to start on the moon looking for these resources or on an asteroid?
So first, of course, in the very beginning, the specialists or the business people thought to exploit the asteroids. Even some companies were very much focused in the beginning on the asteroids. There is a chance to do it, but it's much easier in the beginning to do it on the moon, because the moon will accommodate human bases, a permanent basis. There is much easier to build something, to build the infrastructure, to have some reserved areas where to dig. And then when you reach quite good experience in exploiting the moon, you can go farther, to go to asteroids and to Mars. But I think in the beginning it's much, I can't say much, but it's easier and faster to build all these things on the moon.
Okay, and of course to explore the moon we need technologies to harness space resources. And Slava, what kind of technology, in particular, what kind of sensors or tracking devices is NASA working on, if any, to help with the lunar resources?
Being on the moon, we are faced with a lot of unique challenges. So the temperatures on the moon are going between lunar day and lunar night. There are significant variability. During the lunar day, in the equatorial area of the moon, the temperature is pretty much room temperatures. But during the night, the temperature may go down to negative 170 Celsius. And so being there and operating equipment within these thermal ranges is very challenging. So we need to have power on the moon first. So if you want to sustain exploration, power on the moon is critical. How do you do that? Possibly you need to bring a lot of solar power with you, or maybe using nuclear power, but nuclear power brings additional complexities. So using solar power and beaming it down will provide you with significant access to the power. Now, once you have the power on the moon, a lot of interesting equipment, lots of interesting technologies can be used to explore the moon. First of all, spectroscopic observations from multiple rovers that will be soon deployed on the moon will allow us to map out resources on the moon. So multiple missions will soon be landed on the moon that will carry instruments that will be mapping neutron flux. Then there will be some spectrometers that will be measuring sort of studying exactly the water, the hydrogen that we will detect in there. Is this coming from water, confirming the presence of water, and then identifying the capacitance of that water ice. We are looking for that ice, and so ice will bring us a lot of interesting things. But then in addition to that, exploring the moon, we will be able to use lasers to map out resources. Lasers will allow us to position ourselves very well within the lunar surface, because once people make the first step on the moon, you would like them to be safe. Safety is critical. So we need to make sure that optical communication will be there, so that higher bandwidth communication between ground and the surface of the moon. In addition to that, we need to be able to put navigation on the moon. Now here, when we drive our cars on Earth, we use GNSS constellation that provides us with very good positioning on the moon, but one position on Earth. But on the moon, GNSS doesn't really work, so we need to have our own navigational system on the moon. So all of that infrastructure development is ongoing. What is important is that not only NASA is involved in this in the United States, but a lot of private industry is now sharing the risks, but then benefits will be benefiting the society. So this time, I think I was going through three attempts to go to the moon within my career. And I think this time we're definitely going. And this is very interesting because I see how many private companies are now engaged to provide an infrastructure, developing different capabilities, and then building lunar habitats, 3D printing from local resources. You can take lunar regolith and then start with lasers. We have power lasers to start building structures on the moon. That will be amazing. So construction on the moon, it's a reality. We have demonstrated in the laboratory, taking regolith samples or some sort of a prototype of samples. We build structures. So that will be done on the moon. There are many other technologies. Maybe just in a matter of time I will stop here, but there are plenty of exciting opportunities opening up.
Okay, thank you. Well, Slava, you mentioned they are private companies, and we have a representative from a private company here. Kyle, how can your industrial robots help in resource exploration or utilization?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So I'll say one of the most exciting things that's happening right now in the space industry is the development of heavy launch vehicles. So there are three: the SpaceX heavy launch vehicle by Elon Musk, there's the Blue Origin heavy launch vehicle by Jeff Bezos, and then the SLS vehicle by NASA. These three vehicles will dramatically transform the amount of mass that you can bring from Earth to the moon. And with more mass becomes a tremendous amount of possibilities. At Offworld, we're developing robots which can be used to mine, process, and then ultimately deliver an end product to a customer. And we think that ultimately we will provide a mobility platform where a lot of the instruments that you brought up, but also some of the instruments which will be developed at other entities or in partnership with Esric, for example, will ultimately allow companies like Offworld to prosper, and eventually we'll even develop little robots that future astronauts can drive on. So a lot of exciting technology coming not only in the United States, but also here in Luxembourg.
Kyle, I must apologize. I just realized as I totally forgot to introduce
That's okay.
you. I'm sorry. So Kyle is the managing director of Offworld, and he's an international expert in commercial space and a specialist in lunar exploration. So that's why he's very knowledgeable on this. And he also sits on the board of World Space Week and is chair of the technical committee of the Hague's Space Resources Working Group. I'm sorry. You were on the page with Catherine, who I introduced first. And then I just jumped to the next one. Sorry about that. So would the robots that you were talking about, would these be sent onto the moon and Mars before humans settle down there? Is that correct?
Yeah, so the idea is the robots that, and you can see some of the smaller versions that we have here if you want to come by and learn a little bit more, but we decided to focus the robots on the only planet right now which we can make money on, and that's planet Earth. So we've deployed these robots in numerous mines around the world, and once they've developed the expertise to work anonymously, we will then send them to the moon. The moon will be the first place, and we'll try to operate in one of the permanently shadowed regions. We'll operate in the zero gravity and vacuum to try to understand how we can do it. But I just want to build on one thing that Catherine mentioned regarding sustainability. we will be trying to do mining without water. And a lot of the mining on Earth right now is done with a lot of water. So by investing in technologies to reduce the amount of water, because we don't have any on the moon, ideally that technology then is going to benefit a lot of the activities that we're doing on Earth. So we're really trying to do both things.
Fantastic, yeah. So that technology, it's often the case that something developed for space is also useful for us down here on Earth. Catherine, I would now like to, with you, go into a bit more detail about the minerals that scientists are looking for on the moon and Mars and beyond. What kind of minerals are they looking for, and what can be extracted from these?
So the minerals that are being looked for, really it's about the resources. What resources can we extract? What resources can we use? So I think we've talked already about the water ice in the permanently shadowed regions and the potential to extract water from the water ice bearing regions. But also we can extract oxygen and use oxygen from the lunar dust, so the coating of dust around the surface of the moon. The minerals that coat the surface of the moon are silicates, like we have on Earth, and there's other things like ilmenite, which is an iron titanium oxide. And we can extract the oxygen from those minerals and use it. So the surface of the moon is about 40% by weight oxygen. So there's plenty of oxygen there, just bound into those minerals. So many of the technologies that we are looking at are related to extraction of oxygen from that lunar dust, in addition to looking at water ice. And both of those routes will give us oxygen for propellant, for supporting human life, and for providing water, for example, to support biodiversity. So those are the kind of resources we are interested in the first instance. But when we extract oxygen from the dust, from the minerals that coat the surface of the moon, we also produce metals as a byproduct. And we can use those metals in manufacturing. As has already been mentioned, we can use the dust itself, we can use the regolith for construction. Everything becomes a resource. Everything can be used in a way that can support our vision for supporting space exploration.
Thank you. And if we now think about the logistics, how can they be stored, for example?
That's a great question, and nobody really thinks about the storage at the moment. We're so focused on what's there, how can we extract it, but actually it's a really important point. There is nothing currently on the surface of the moon. There's nothing really on the surface of Mars, apart from some rovers on asteroids. And actually the entire infrastructure needs to be produced and constructed, and all the way from finding the resources through to storage and use. And then also, not only that, something that we're very interested in ESRIC and is supported by the FNR through funding we have is what happens at the end. How do we recycle? How can we minimize the impact of what we do on the surface of the moon? So all the way to the end of the process and also at the end of life.
Okay, thank you. Do you see also, I mean, there's clear benefits to astronauts or humans, but do you also see any risks associated with these space resource mining to astronauts and to humans on Earth? You can all answer this question. Doreen?
Let's just think about how to explore anything on the moon. The lunar regolith, has a very fine structure, dust of the size of few microns. It's very abrasive dust. So essentially when you start disturbing the surface of the moon by walking on the moon, this dust will be electrostatically levitated. And so between day and night, they will be covering a lot of different altitudes, so the different heights. The dust will be everywhere. So now when machinery operates, a rotor machinery operates on the moon, it may be causing problems for this type of machinery to be operational on the moon. So we need to think what type of machines do we deploy. Not only that, when humans will be on the moon, you need to provide airlocks. so that you will, when people are coming from the walking on the lunar surface, getting in the living compartments, so if that abrasive dust gets into the lungs, it's not good, or getting in the bloodstream, it's horrible. So we need to make sure that we know how to handle this dust, lunar dust, to stay behind from our equipment and from people. So that's the main concern. If we address that problem, then I think safety on the moon for the humans to be there and machinery will be resolved. But for now, I think those problems are still quite important to address.
Dorin, would you like to add something to that? I think the microphone is switched on.
Yeah, it's on. Yeah. It's on now. Yes. I wanted to point out the fact that when you work on another celestial body like the moon, you need to develop before you fly very precise norms, methodology, procedures, and you have to follow them. And they have to be developed having in mind the experience you had before, including the experience during the Apollo program. And also all possible situations you will face on the moon, and how to avoid critical situations, how to avoid some misunderstandings. You have to develop also norms of communication between different groups of people on the moon. In case of emergency, you have to use the same frequency for alarming people on the moon from different nations, from different groups of private, public ones. Also, the interoperability will be one of the important things to be convened between different entities that work on the moon. Because in case of something, you are able, or you could be able to help the other ones with technology to save lives, to save infrastructure, and so on. And many other things should be developed to minimize the risk of working on the moon, let's say, for the beginning.
Thank you. I would like to, at this stage, open the floor to any questions that there may be in the audience. Yes? Oh, okay.
Thank you so much for a really exciting panel. And one of the things which was alluded to is energy. Energy is essential. You can't do much, you can't do anything without energy on the moon. But you mentioned voltaics, but that's not going to be enough. One thing which I have not heard being mentioned is there's plenty of helium-3 from solar winds. There's plenty of deuterium. There's tritium. So you can look at deuterium, tritium nuclear reactors. You can look at the Copernicus crater, for example. There is 3 parts per million of uranium, 12 parts per million of thorium. And you don't have to crush the material when you extract it. You're working with regolith. So there's food for thought there that we should be looking at alternative sources of energy rather than just thinking about electrolyzing using photovoltaics.
As the possibility of using deuterium or tritium on the moon, we looked at this, and so the point there is that it is deposited in a very thin layer of the lunar surface. It's only about a few millimeters in depth. So to extract that material, what you need to do is to have a large equipment that will be moving on the lunar surface, collecting the very top layer of that regolith, and then processing it. It's a large industrial operations. We are not there yet. At some point we may be, but at this moment it's just technologically very intense. So we'll keep this in mind, but now it's not the immediate step that we will do. Looking for ice and processing ice will give us enough good opportunity for fuel, and solar energy, it's abundant there. So that's maybe one of the first steps.
I think, Catherine, you wanted to add something to that.
Yes, if I could add something about helium-3, it's a really common question we get. Like, can we go for the helium-3 on the moon? Just to put it into a sense of perspective, into some kind of scale. Helium-3 on the moon, as you say, is parts per billion. Currently, we mine today on Earth, we mine platinum at the parts per million, so grams per ton. Gold, maybe 1 to 4 grams per ton, so 4 parts per million. And when you see the size of the operations that we have on Earth to get that parts per million, then it gives you some sense of perspective as to the scale of operations that would be required for parts per billion. And again, we come back to this concept of a pristine environment. We have a pristine environment on the moon, and this is something that must be taken into consideration when we consider the scale of our future operations.
Thank you. Is there any other question from the audience? Well, maybe then I have a final question that maybe Kyle and Doreen, you can comment on that. It's a bit more of a tricky one. We have the US that are in this race to the moon, but there's also China. Do you think China is going to beat the US in this race? Or is it a race?
I can mention briefly, so since 1972, only the Russians and the Chinese have been on the lunar surface. So if you ask me, China is absolutely already winning the race. China's landed on the moon 4 times in the past 5 years, or 6 years. They have a number of plans coming up. There was a recent study where they asked thousands of kids, what do you want to be when you grow up? And in the UK and the US, they said they want to be YouTube stars, whereas the Chinese kids said they want to be taikonauts or astronauts. So China is absolutely already winning the race, but the US and Europe have already started to step up. There are 10 missions scheduled by the United States over the next couple of years, including these heavy launch vehicles, and then of course the Artemis program, which is a group of states all involved to go back to the lunar surface. So I think there was a bit of a period of inactivity in the Western Hemisphere, but I see that picking up a lot.
So actually,
I think Doreen has some comments on that too.
yes, actually it's not only a technical problem, it's a political problem also in cooperation on the moon. You know, now the United States signed bilateral agreements, the Artemis Accords, with 27 countries. The last one is India. India, which is a space power. Of course, it's desirable to have a much broader understanding and mutual cooperation in exploiting the moon. China just announced a few weeks ago that in 2030 we'll have the first person on the moon. In my view, it's very necessary to have a multilateral discussion and understanding. And this could be done in the framework of the UN Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space. There are many discussions. For now, it's not yet established a form of cooperation, a form of discussions. It's a working group on space resources, okay, legal aspects of space resources. There are some topics that start to be discussed involving the change of information between the parties dealing on the moon. But at the same time, there are many other problems connected with the governance of the activities on the moon. What norms we should develop in the future. They are voluntary norms, but in the final stage, we need some more precise regulations, rules, guidelines to work together on the moon. To not overlap the activities, to not overlap the interests, to not step on the areas where are already established the infrastructures of one part, one entity. I say entity because could be private one, could be US one, could be European one, any other one, or could be Chinese one. So we need to develop this framework where to discuss at the multilateral level all these things together and to decide and to convene something.
And maybe if I will add a few words to this, just take a moment, let's pause a moment and just consider the very fact that humanity is going to the moon. Humanity is coming there for the first time. Many nations are going to be there. That's a significant change in our civilization's history. For the first time we are doing that, for sure. And then I think it is critical for us to be able to collaborate, because we are facing a new reality on the moon. a different new environment and new opportunities. Of course, when we're talking about resources on the moon, you would like to be there and maybe sharing those resources. So I'm hoping that we will be framing the future steps not as a race, but as a collaboration, whatever it takes, developing common frameworks, safety procedures, and sort of protocols. How do we work on the moon together? Because the reality is that, yes, China has a significant technological capabilities and a presence on the moon already. So as Europe and United States. So let's collaborate. Race is a good phrase, but collaboration, I'm all for it.
I think that's a very...
One last word. Don't forget that we celebrate now the Asteroid Day, 30th of June. But on 20th of July will be the International Moon Day. So it's the moon landing date, and we invite all of us to take part in that celebration as well. You find it on the website, the International Moon Day, and you may register with many other activities connected with the moon exploration, just because we speak now on the moon.
Thank you all. That's about all we have time for today. Unfortunately, I think we could have another 30 minutes discussing about the ethics of space resources, but thank you all for being here, for answering my questions and those of the audience. Please give them a big round of applause. And thank you all for listening. We now have a little break, and then in half an hour at 5 p.m. is today's last panel, which will be on asteroids, comets, and space missions again. Thank you. be moderated by Gianluca Massi, who is an Italian astrophysicist and international science communicator. After receiving his PhD in astronomy in 2006, he launched the Virtual Telescope project. And through crowdsourcing, he offers real-time observations, sharing the universe with the world. So if you don't know this project yet, go check it out. And he discovered, or co-discovered, many asteroids, variable stars, supernovae, and 3 extrasolar planets. Gianluca, I hand over to you for this panel called Asteroids, Comets, and Space Missions.
Thank you very much, Michelle. And I cannot say you how happy I am to be here and to see this new shape, this new format for Asteroid Day. So, thank you everybody for joining our Asteroid Day Festival, and I have the pleasure to be here and sharing with you this amazing panel about asteroids, comets, and space missions. As Michelle said, I am Gianluca Massi, and I have the privilege to be here with very, very precious guests. And the topic is quite interesting to me. We have been admiring and even fearing in the past comets for millennia. And since the beginning of the 19th century, we discovered that there are many objects, small objects, orbiting around the sun, and we call them asteroids. The word asteroid just means star-like in their pinpoint aspect. And this term comes from William Herschel. And since then, of course, we learned a lot about both of them. For example, they can help us unveiling very precious secrets about the history of the solar system. They can hit the Earth with serious consequences for life. But they can also provide us with very, very precious resources. While I speak, there are state-of-the-art ground-based projects as well, space missions supporting our curiosity and supporting our understanding of those small objects. And with this panel, we will try to focus a bit better into detail on some of those aspects. But before I introduce my very precious guests here, I would like to share with all of you a video introduction by our friend and colleague, Patrick Michel, Principal Investigator of the European Space Agency's ERA mission. So let's see and let's listen to Patrick.
Hello everyone, I'm Patrick Michel. I am Director of Research at CNRS in France at the Côte d'Azur Observatory. And I am an asteroid expert. In particular, I'm the principal investigator of the HERA mission, which is under development at the European Space Agency. So we live an amazing moment because we have just recent missions that were extremely successful. Some of them brought back samples from asteroids on Earth, and there is one coming in September by the OSIRIS-REx mission by NASA that will return some samples from the asteroid Bennu. We have also an extremely successful asteroid deflection test with the DART mission by NASA last September. And then we have in development the HERA mission. We have also other missions on their way to some asteroids like the Lucy mission that will go to visit some asteroids which share the same orbits as Jupiter. We have in October the launch of the Psyche mission that will go to visit the Psyche asteroid, which may be metallic. We have also the Hayabusa 2 Japanese mission that after delivering its sample from the asteroid Ryugu on Earth is now going to make a flyby of a 800-meter size asteroid in 2026 and a rendezvous with a very small asteroid, only a few tens of meters in size and rotating in 10 minutes in 2031. And hopefully also we will go to visit the asteroid Apophis that will come very, very close to the Earth in 2029 on April 13th. And you will be also able to see it with naked eyes from Luxembourg. So all of this is really exciting because that shows that we have a lot of new knowledge from these bodies which still challenge our intuition based on what we experience on Earth. And they are very small and their gravity is so small that their behavior is really counterintuitive and we're still trying to understand what's going on. So it's really an exciting moment, and I'm sure you will enjoy the panel that will explore all these topics and all the challenges that we have to tackle in order to get the knowledge we want to get. And this is really also exciting because these missions show us that when we are passionate, when we work with really passion and in cohesion in a team, then we can tackle challenges in space that are incredible, that gives hopes for the challenges we have to tackle on Earth. So I let you with this amazing panel, and I welcome you for this Asteroid Festival that I'm sure will be absolutely wonderful. Thank you very much.
Well, after the words of a longtime friend of Asteroid Day, I have the pleasure to introduce my outstanding guests. They are Marco Micheli from the Near Earth Object Coordination Center, Frascati, Italy, part of the European Space Agency's Planetary Defense Office. Then we have Slava Turishev, research scientist at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory and professor of astronomy at the University of California, Los Angeles. We have Alan Fitzsimmons, astronomer and professor in the Queen's University Belfast Astrophysics Research Center. And we have Dennis Harris, senior science researcher at the European Space Resource Innovation Center here in Luxembourg. I would like to start with you, Marco, because every time I think observing even an extremely difficult asteroid, your name is the first one I have in mind. So, why is it so important, Marco, to study asteroids and comets?
Hello, can you hear me? Yes. I guess this is an interesting question because asteroids are one of the fields of astronomy that maybe the only one that has an extra layer above pure science. Most people, most astronomers would say that asteroids are interesting because they are a scientific topic. They teach us how the solar system formed. They teach us a lot on the past of planetary systems. And that's all very interesting. That's science, basically. In addition to that, asteroids have an extra layer, and that's basically the reason this festival exists. And it's the fact that they pose a threat to our planet. They can, of course, some of them, not all of them, they can be on a collision course with Earth, and they can, in the future, impact our planet and cause various levels of damage from local to planetary destruction. So it's one of the few fields of astrophysics that is not just science, it's also practical use, practical importance for humanity, for civil protection, and for humanity as a whole. And then there is, of course, this extra layer that is a bit in the future so for now, but may become important, using asteroids as resources, because among all the bodies in the universe, they are the closest ones to us, so they're the ones that we could more easily visit and ideally in the future even exploit economically.
Thank you very much, Marco. Now we know why, but now I want to know, how do astronomers study comets and asteroids?
Yeah, the how is very important, very interesting. I'm an observational astronomer, so that's what I do. How is, it's basically divided in two different subtopics when it comes to asteroids. We have two things to study on these things. How they move in the sky, in the solar system, and what they're made of. And there are observational techniques dedicated to each of these two specific topics. For the first part, that is how they move, we have telescopes on Earth. Some of them are dedicated specifically to detecting asteroids and measuring their position in the sky so that we can use the measurements of the position of the asteroid to compute the orbit, their trajectory. And this is basically essential, it's the key element that we need to predict the motion of these asteroids, to study and predict where they will be for the next decade, for the next centuries. And of course, if we can do that prediction, we can also predict if they are coming close to the Earth and if possibly they are actually going to collide with the Earth. So that's like the first half, is what we call the dynamics, the motion of the asteroids. The second half of the way we study them is through what we call physical observations. It's again with telescopes or also with other instruments, for example, with radar. And we have techniques that allow us to study what they're made of, both in the sense of the material they're made of. Is it iron? Is it a rock? What's the chemical composition of the thing? And also their structure. Are they a single body, or are they fragmented? Are they like a cloud of ice, a cloud of dust, or something more fragile? And you can imagine that knowing what they're made of is important for two reasons. First of all, if one is coming towards us, we want to know what's made of, because only by knowing what's made of, we can predict the kind of damage it will do on the Earth. And of course, if we want to use in the future the material of these asteroids as a resource, we want to know what they're made of, what is up there to possibly be mined in the future.
Thank you so much, Marco, for this interesting review. And I have now a personal question, to be honest, because we know that several asteroid-related projects are ready to start their operations. And I was just wondering which one are just making you the most excited? Which ones are you waiting more to see into action?
Okay, interesting question. It's basically the main reason I'm interested in asteroids specifically, that's just my view, is discovering them, finding them in the sky before they hit us, before they come close. So far, we've done that with reasonably small telescopes that scan the sky every few weeks. They cover every part of the sky. And they can, night sky, at night, of course, they're telescopes. And they can find a good fraction. They found quite a few, most of the large ones, a few of the smaller ones. But we're not complete yet. We still have a lot of asteroids that we know are out there, even pretty big ones, and we have not found them yet. So what I really expect and what I really like of what is about to happen in the next 5-10 years is that we will have new telescopes that are designed to cover our holes of knowledge that we have in the population of asteroids. So we have telescopes that are bigger, so can see smaller asteroids farther away. We have telescopes that have the capability to scan the sky more quickly. For example, the European Space Agency is building one of those. And the idea is that instead of seeing all the sky every few weeks, we can now see the whole sky every night. And nothing can slip through the gaps and hit us unexpected. And the third type of observations that will probably happen in the next decade is satellites, space satellites dedicated to the discovery of asteroids. And this is extremely important because when you are in space, you are not limited by the day and night cycles. So you can observe towards the direction of the sun, and you can see if an asteroid is coming from the direction of the sun towards us, which was a serious limitation so far. All our ground-based telescopes can only look at the night sky, so only half of the sky. We can have asteroids coming the other way, and we want to be able to discover them quickly enough to be ready if one is coming from that direction of the sun. So that's basically the next decade of this field, and that's what I'm more hopeful for the next few years.
Thank you very much, Marco.
Thank you.
You know, we are most of the time with our feet on the ground, but we know that going on site with very specific space missions can really help us understanding and one day facing even these critical scenarios. So I would like to ask now to Slava Turishev something about interplanetary missions after all, because I know we talked a bit about this, of your interest in this very intriguing and mind-blowing technology that is solar sails. And I would like to ask how solar sails can really help us in this kind of interplanetary missions.
Gianluca, thank you very much. Look, solar sailing is not a new technology. It was invented or envisioned in Europe by Jules Verne. So science fiction back then, science fiction writers thought about using light to move in the solar system. So, but it took a little bit longer for us to develop technology. And we have flown by now, we have flown several solar sailing missions that were flown around in the Earth environment. A mission flown by Japanese colleagues. So that mission went all the way to Venus. And so then Planetary Society recently have flown light sail mission that actually was successfully operating in Earth orbit for about a couple years. So, but the next step, we need to take those sailcraft close to the sun, because at some point every sailboat wants to get out of the harbor. So once you get there, so you can actually tap into the unlimited capacitance for the propulsion, essentially using solar radiation pressure. Now you can move in space like a sailboat. How sailboat operates, you have a wind, you have sail, you have a rudder. Sailcraft does the same. So now we are actually doing the following. We have segmented sails, and so in that segmented sails, we have articulatable vanes to enable 6 degrees of control and freedom on the sailcraft. We can control it fully. Now we have ability to point it, and the larger the sail we can build, the more momentum transfer will be there. So what we have now, in addition to that, we have reaction wheels to enable full control of the sailcraft. What we are developing now, we call Sun-Divers concept. This mission, a technology demonstration mission, we hope to fly it within 2 years. It's 24 months. So that mission will be able to demonstrate velocity twice the Voyager speed. So Voyager, as we know, moving now at 156 astronomical units out with velocity roughly right about 3 astronomical units per year. We will fly about 5 to 7 AU. For that, we'll come close to the sun, about quarter of astronomical unit. We have the technology. There is no need for technology development. We will fly it soon. Now, when we're successful with a sailcraft like this, we can explore in the solar system very well, because within 5 astronomical units from the sun, you don't really need additional sources of energy because sun is still there. Putting photovoltaics on the solar sail, you now solve the power problem. And in addition, you can use the flat panel arrays for communication. So now you have Amazon delivery truck going between Earth and the moon, and then moving in the asteroid belts. It's a low thrust trajectory. It's not chemical propulsion, like it does exactly what you want immediately when you send a command. But with a sailcraft, you can go between asteroids. And the cost of this mission, you're talking about $17 million for the mission that will reach velocity twice the Voyager. Think that it's a very different economy now. You can now fly a spacecraft to multiple asteroids, explore or interact with the surface of asteroid to confirm whatever we see through the radar observations, through optical observations, to confirm that this asteroid is made of that material.
Okay.
So that's the technology you will about to see in about 2 years.
Well, I see that you also imagine to have a demonstration of such a mission, because every idea, perhaps even more wonderful ideas, need to be tested. And I know that you had, an estimate of the cost for such a test mission. And I would like to ask how robotic self-assembly, which is science fiction in action once again, can help reducing the costs for such space missions.
With this type of applications, so this mission cost is very affordable. So basically now we can actually tap into other resources that are available out there, private funding. So many private foundations are interested to support our development of this mission. So once we have that flying, so the robotic technology that we can put in space, such as like synthetic tracking technology. Yes. Synthetic tracking technology we have developed for asteroid search. As we know, asteroids are very faint, they move very fast. And so the technology that we have now is CCDs, or charge coupled devices, or EM CCDs. When you see those asteroids, they leave long streak on the sensor. So you lose sensitivity of your sensor, of your detection. So what we do now, we actually do the post-processing. We are able to record about 300 seconds of the film and then process it frame by frame by actually very intentionally allowing the shift in different frames, shift in adding sensitivity, pretty much expecting that the asteroid may have, we don't know if asteroid is there. We don't really, uncued detection. So potentially we can sample 10,000 different velocity vectors, and we compute it. So now with the cost of computation went down using GPUs, we can compute it in flight essentially. So we have deployed this synthetic tracking technology on the ground with the 20 centimeter aperture telescopes. So now 6 telescopes, little farm of these 20-centimeter aperture telescopes with synthetic tracking technologies, we're getting a magnitude 24 from the ground. That is amazing. Yes. So this technology is now deployed on the ground. The next step is put it in space. Again, with the cost of that mission, with the cost of this technology, we can fly not single spacecraft, but several of them in heliocentric orbit. And that will allow us to increase the detection rate multiple times because saturation effect. So that will be very critical, and this is what we are developing now.
Yes, thank you very much, because this is a key, a key aspect, because perhaps you don't have familiarity with this aspect, but when you look up in the sky and an asteroid is moving pretty fast, you can lose it because it is showing us a trail, okay? This way, just limiting the time you have to capture, you are freezing the object. And thanks to this technique, you still succeed finding it. So I thank you very much, Slava, really, for just sharing this with you, because it is a personal interest for me, this synthetic tracking. And now we are back to the Earth, because we have here Alan, and Alan has such a huge experience with the ground-based programs, in particular, surfing the sky, scanning the sky every clear night, looking for those possible near-Earth objects. So, Alan, my first question to you will be this. How do modern survey programs work today, and how effective they are looking for and finding new near-Earth objects?
Okay, so we've heard from Marco the missions he is looking forward to in the future. We have just heard from Slava the technology we hope to use. But what are we using today? Because while we have been here celebrating Asteroid Day, the telescopes have been working using current technologies. In fact, I am on a survey telescope program. We found a new near-Earth asteroid last night at midnight while we were all sleeping. So how do we find new asteroids that may be dangerous now? So let's use, as an example, a piece of asteroid. Yeah? So this is a meteorite, a piece of asteroid. And we'd use a telescope to take a picture of it as it is passing the Earth. And we take a picture, and it is there. With our telescope, it looks just like a star. You can see it as a rock. With our telescopes, it looks like just another point of light, a star. But then we come back 10 minutes later, and it has moved to here. And we see that there's something that has moved from there to there. And 20 minutes later, we take another image, it is here. And then 20 minutes later, it is here. So we go boom, 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 boom. There is something moving past our planet. And that is what we do with our telescopes every night. We look for these moving points of light. And by identifying them, the first thing we do is say, do we know about this moving rock already? Is it in our big book of asteroids? Because we have now found over 1 million asteroids orbiting our sun. So first of all, we calculate where all those 1 million asteroids are and check, is it one we know? If it is one we know, that's fine. It is not wasted, because we take those observations, put it with all the other observations by other astronomers around the world, and calculate a better orbit around the sun so we know where it is going. But perhaps a few times a day, just like last night, we find an asteroid moving across the sky. It is not in our catalogue. We have never seen it before. It is a new one. So now we send out the announcement around the world, and other telescopes join the chase, follow that asteroid, and already we know that the asteroid we found, what time is it? 5 o'clock, yeah? So the asteroid we found 17 hours ago, we already have a rough calculation of its orbit about the sun. We know it has missed us. Good. And importantly, we are now calculating where it is going in future orbits around the sun to make sure it is not going to hit us in the future. Now, that is how we work 24 hours a day at the moment.
It's wonderful. I'm always impressed to see how efficient this network can be, even if there are just a handful of stations doing this work. And my other question, Alan, is perhaps more practical or practical interest, because when it comes to sites, which sites should be considered dangerous for an asteroid, for you?
Well, the size of asteroids we are worried about has changed over time, because we are all, I think, familiar with the asteroid that hit the Earth 66 million years ago and killed the dinosaurs. We do not want to be dinosaurs. So, the first thing we needed to do was look for the big asteroids, the ones that if they hit us would cause a bad day for everyone on the planet. And these are asteroids that are maybe 1 kilometer across or larger. The good news is that through the dedicated work of astronomers, mostly not me, we have found almost all of them. And none of them are going to hit our planet in the next several hundred years. So we are safe from the big ones. So the big ones, probably not a problem. Leave it to the kids or the grandkids. But we have many more smaller asteroids than big asteroids. And they may not cause a global change on our planet, but they could certainly affect a whole country or a nation or a state. And you only need an asteroid 200 meters or 300 meters across to cause devastation over thousands of square kilometers. So those are the ones we are concentrating now on. And we have not found all of those yet. In fact, we have found less than half of them. So those are the asteroids that we are concentrating on now on finding, both with our current technologies, with our current telescopes, and the ones that Marco and Slava have mentioned in their talks. And for over the next 10 or 20 years, those are the focus for us, to make sure we put all of those in our big catalogue of asteroids and make sure we are safe from those for the next 100 years.
Alan, I have just another question, sorry, and I would like to ask if you can quickly give your point of view. And you know, there are an increasing traffic out there with artificial satellites, and I would like to ask if this is a reason of concern for you or not, and if this is already giving you troubles or not.
Okay, so as you say, we are launching more and more satellites all the time. We have more satellites in orbit about the Earth than at any other time in history, and we are launching more per year than in the past. And when we see them with our telescopes, they appear as streaks of light, just like nearby asteroids do. Now, at the moment, they do not cause us problems. There are far fewer objects than we need to be concerned about, and we can easily tell the difference between a satellite in orbit about the Earth and an approaching asteroid. But as time goes on, it may cause a problem, particularly for the new, larger telescopes on Earth, such as the great Vera Rubin telescope, the LSST survey, that will start in 2 years. So we are starting to worry about it. At the moment, it does not cause us a problem, but we may have to start asking all the satellite companies to paint all their satellites black, so they do not reflect the sunlight and look like asteroids. It may cause a problem with the solar cells, I'm not sure, I'm not an engineer, but that is something we have to think about in the future.
Thank you very much, Alan. And okay, we find so exciting looking and finding new asteroids, and hopefully to go there, but it is also very important to sample locally the precious stuff the asteroids are made and to bring them to the Earth. And this is now time, with these ideas in mind, to talk with our last guest here, Dennis. And I have a personal curiosity, honestly. When it comes to astromaterial and mineralogy, do you find more interesting comets or asteroids?
So that's a very good question, because it's a difficult one. So as a sample scientist, I say asteroids, of course, because this is a meteorite. I also brought my pet rock. And we can study them in the lab, and this is what I did for many years. So these asteroids come to us to be studied. They come as meteorites. So last time in February, we had an asteroid observed in space with telescopes, and it was predicted to impact the atmosphere, and it did so in northern France. So I went there, and I actually saw the impact pit. And now we have samples of this material to study in the lab, and this is absolutely amazing. And we have space missions going to asteroids like Hayabusa 2, and now in September we have OSIRIS-REx returning from Bennu, and they bring us samples to the labs. So it is an absolutely exciting times for studying asteroids, because we have so much advanced technology that allows us to really connect the material with the observations in space. So this is absolutely amazing.
I can
And
hardly...
maybe a word to comets. It would be an absolute dream to have a sample of a comet in the lab, but this is still far, far away because it's so difficult to get there.
I can hardly imagine how exciting it should be while you are approaching and touching, of course, with being very careful, those precious samples. And by the way, I would like to ask you if you can kindly explain which technologies and techniques do you use for studying those very precious samples, of course?
Yes, so we have a very different approach. We don't use telescopes, we use microscopes. So, for
amazing.
example, we received samples from the Hayabusa missions, and we study them with electron microscopes. So we slice them in very tiny slices and look through them with electrons. So we can almost see single atoms. And this helps us to understand very much about what's going on these surfaces of the asteroids. So we study an effect that we call space weathering. So, for example, we can see with these microscopes, we can see the tracks of single atoms that were expelled from the sun and impacted the surface of these asteroids. So we call them solar flare tracks. And by counting these tracks, we can determine the time that a single dust grain spent on the surface of an asteroid. And from that, we can learn very much how these asteroids change, how fast they change, how fast the material is lost. And this is so the thing we do in the lab.
Thank you very much. And I have a very last question for you, because I think it could be of interest for many people. What are likely the most important applications coming from the materials we see and find on asteroids?
So many people think of iron because many of these meteorites contain metallic iron. So, but I don't think this is the main resource you would be looking for in an asteroid. So as we learned from Hayabusa, and as we will probably learn from OSIRIS-REx, we have lots of water on these bodies. So looking for water and also looking for carbon in these asteroid materials for an in-space economy, I think this is the important way to go, because water and carbon are the gold out of Earth's atmosphere. So they are very, very scarce on the lunar surface. They are abundant in some asteroids with 10% water, a few percent carbon, and these are the elements we really need when we want to have a long-term human presence in space and on the lunar surface. So I think asteroids someday will play an important role in supplementing these elements to our research stations in space and our habitats, for example.
I find this very fascinating and inspiring, particularly for the young generation and people, young people sitting here. And it is very hard to close such a very interesting discussion, but time is always against us, no matter what you're saying or what you're doing. I want to thank my panelists here, the speakers, and I want to thank you for joining Asteroid Day Festival this year here in Luxembourg. And I hope that this panel could bring to you the excitement and the feeling that is just enriching the life of astronomers and researchers. And keep in mind, you can do something in these areas. If you are young, you can decide to study and contribute to this. And I really hope that someone here one day will contribute to these amazing fields. Thank you very much. And now it's over to Michelle.
Yes, thank you, Gianluca, and thank you to all the panelists. If you want, you can take your seats or stay seated, up to you. I now welcome Marcus Player from the board of the Asteroid Foundation with me on stage, and we're just going to do a quick wrap-up. Personally, I think and I hope that we have shown you that space is not just about being an astronaut, but that there is a whole research and technology sector around it, and with many opportunities for people of all backgrounds, not just engineers and astrophysicists, but also lawyers and all other kinds of backgrounds. So if I summarize my main takeaway points from the panels, I would say astronauts have shared their experience and their emotions, what it is like to be in space. We heard that what Earth data as seen from space sounds like. We found out that Europe is doing pretty well in terms of financial investments in the space sector. We have seen 25 very happy young people on stage who are going to go on a parabolic flight in September. We highlighted that there are opportunities for young people to get educated and find jobs in Luxembourg. Space education is already happening. And we briefly discussed space resources, exploration, and a very hot field where we could have discussed much longer. And now we've just heard that we are detecting more and more asteroids with better telescopes, and when they land on Earth, or part of it, they're called meteorites, and then we can analyze them with microscopes. So from big telescopes to microscopes that look at the very tiny things. Marcus, have you had a good day?
Yes, thank you very much. And it's maybe less important whether I had a good day, but I'm glad that I can see that all of you had a good day. We were very honored by the presence of all of you. We are very happy that our combination to land here with Asteroid Day in Tramschap in Luxembourg, to bring together passionate people, passionate about space, people educating about space, space scientists, space experts, and not only learn a lot, but also have fun. And the fact that there were so many young people clearly shows that there was something attractive in this new format that we invented here with the Asteroid Festival. I also want to say that while we were all here and happy to be together, and follow our panels and our topics and all what the companies here and institutions in the booth have presented. We were followed by, we will tell you later how many, but an enormous community, asteroid community around the world. You will find all this online. They will have followed it live and maybe watch us now as well. Thank you all for joining too. I know there are many people across the world, like for example Brazil has an enormous asteroid community. And we were not alone here in Luxembourg, and Luxembourg spoke to the world yesterday and today. So I want to once again thank our sponsors, thank all our workshop partners that were active here, thank all the panelists and the speakers. Thank Tramschap and Ville de Luxembourg to be here. Thank the program team, Anna Bordes and her colleagues, Ria and Naomi, who were help preparing this during the last months in marathon day and night and did a great job. Thank you very much. And thank you also all the volunteers. And finally, thank you.
That concludes the Asteroid Day Festival. I hope you all had a great day, and I hope those who watched online have also sensed some of the atmosphere. I had a great day, and I wish you a good evening. Goodbye.